Thank you for joining us and welcome to the Caregivers Are Learning More Conference. This year's conference is the 21st Annual Caregiver Conference. We're so delighted and honored to be here today with you all. I'm Judith Foster Thompson and I will be your host for today's program. I have been a caregiver for my 90-year-old mom who has Alzheimer's and colon cancer for the past 4 years. I have learned so much, and every day is a new challenge. As caregivers, we can relate to one another, even though our situations are unique and personal. For the last 1.5, almost 2 years now, we've been grappling with the effects of COVID-19 on our social interactions. And once again, here we are, holding another virtual conference and live streaming the whole thing. Even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, we believe strongly that family caregivers still need support, perhaps even more in these trying and stressful times. Our goal is to bridge the gaps COVID has caused in our caregiving community. Social isolation is at an all-time high. In bringing you a virtual event, we hope to provide family caregivers some support and respite in the comfort and safety of their own homes. This year's conference theme is Project Reveal, the courageous caregiver in you. This is the third and final year of a 3-year project to reveal the hidden truths of caregiving and identify how we can support family caregivers through their struggles and triumphs. This year's theme is around finding the courage in caregiving. We will focus on how family caregivers show their courage in all things caregiving, dealing with stress, handling difficult situations, advocating for their loved ones, making life-changing decisions, etc. Most of all, we will explore how family caregivers work hard every day to find the courage to keep going. We encourage you to interact with us and our family care navigators in the chat. We will be asking questions throughout the conference, and you can answer them in the chat box on the right side of the screen. We will pull out some of your most notable comments and questions during the day and discuss them on our live feed. Please note that you must be logged into your YouTube account to submit your comments. I see all you viewers out there are a little bit shy. Let's get the chat going, folks. Come on, don't be shy, say hello. Please tell us in the chat what city you're tuning in from. Today's agenda will focus not only on educational content, but also sharing caregiver stories related to the information. We hope these stories fill you with inspiration and hope and lend you courage in your caregiving. Sometimes hearing how others have dealt with the same issues that we ourselves are struggling with can not only be helpful, but also gives us hope that we can get through it too. So, all this talk about family caregivers. What exactly do we mean when we say family caregivers? Well, a family caregiver is someone who provides unpaid, informal care to a family member or friend with a debilitating chronic medical condition. In other words, you are a family caregiver if you regularly provide tangible and/or emotional help to another person and feel responsible for their well-being. We want to share with you a very moving video recently produced by the Administration for Community Living called Faces of Caring. It truly embodies the diversity sentiment of family caregivers everywhere.
Our culture, at least in my family, is that we care for folks at home. And that's hard.
My values as a Native American, that's one of the values that is instilled in us, is to care for your elders.
I didn't fully understand or embrace what it meant to be a caregiver until way, way, way late.
I don't know that I would have said the word caregiver at the time. And I don't think I even knew the word advocate at the time, but I knew that I was in some special place.
I had somebody who actually approached me and just started asking questions about how I was feeling and what was going on. And I think the light bulb went off, and it's like, oh, you know what? There are other people out there that are feeling the same way that I am.
Kimmy came home from the hospital, and for them, it's, oh, it's done. Well, not really. It actually just began for us, right?
Josh needs 24-hour hands-on care. You can't just think you're gonna sleep. He needs suctioning constantly. He's on 24-hour feedings. He needs to be turned. He's on an oximeter 24 hours. I mean, it's not like you can just say it's time to go to bed. It's not like that at all.
That's the big challenge for me as the caregiver, is I've got someone who's got some very, very serious cancer, who I believe requires 24-hour care.
The services and supports that I was trying to desperately to put in place for her, as soon as I would get a level of service in place for her, she would, her needs would exceed that level of service. So it felt a bit like being on a hamster wheel.
I mean, I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't going to the doctor for myself, surely not. I wasn't taking time for any breaks to restore myself.
I'm physically tired. Sometimes I get overwhelmed. Probably about 3 months ago, I started to get sick.
I had my first anxiety attack, so that was new for me, and that was something I've never experienced before.
We never took a vacation for the 25 years because we never thought it was going to be 25 years, right?
I've struggled with my own mental health, and seeing how my grandpa is kind of puts more weight on me sometimes. And I try to talk about it, and it could be hard sometimes. And I think it's not just me. I know it's not just me. There's lots of other people who are going through that issue.
A lot of us are compromising both our earnings and our retirement.
I am still paying off month by month those medical loans that I took out for her, which I did so gladly. But it's long-term financial implications now, even 4+ years after her death.
I've used up, what I had from 401ks to stock options. Caregiving is a very expensive experience.
I didn't put my career on hold. I just jumped right out of my career and didn't have a plan for getting back in at all, and didn't realize initially how caregiving was going to financially impact me.
There's more to us than the one story.
We don't want to end up at that destination where people say, well, I don't know anything about, I was never taught anything about caregiving, so you know what, someone else has to do it.
You're going to get sick. Your family members are going to get sick. Your kids might get sick. That is a given. So given that that's going to happen, why do we not have a solution for how to help people?
Wow, that was incredibly moving. That was such a great depiction of family caregivers who are the heart and soul of the long-term care system in America. It's a reminder that caregiving is not a you or me concept. It's something that spans all cultures, ages, and communities. Caregivers need support, and that's why community organizations such as ours were founded and developed. At this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Donna Benton, the director of the USC Family Caregiver Support Center. She is a noted figure in the caregiving field and was appointed to the California State Master Plan for Aging Committee. She's also the president of the Statewide Association of California Caregiver Resource Centers. Dr. Benton, can you tell us a little bit about your USC Family Caregiver Support Center and how your center supports family caregivers?
Thanks for that introduction, Judith. As director of the USC Family Caregiver Support Center, I'm so proud that my center is able to bring you all this wonderful event for family caregivers. You know, this year is our 21st Annual Caregiver Conference, and we've got some great caregiver stories and education planned for you today. I want to thank you and give thanks to everyone out there watching this live stream because you're the reason we do what we do. I also want to give a special thank you to LA Care Health Plan and Home Instead for being our silver sponsors. Now, LA Care and Home Instead have been very supportive community partners throughout the years. I mean, and I just can't thank them for their support enough. We would not be able to put together a conference of this size and caliber without continued generosity. This conference is also made possible through the funding from LA County Department of Workforce Development, Aging, Community Services, and the California Department of Healthcare Services. These, for the last 30 years and 20 years respectively, have been our statewide partners and local county partners for caregiver support services in LA County. The USC Family Caregiver Support Center is here to support families and caregivers at all stages in their caregiving journey. And we provide family consultation. And family consultations, that's when you have questions about, oh, where should I get a specialist who can diagnose for dementia? Or is there a legal specialist around legal issues as family caregivers? Well, that's where our family care navigators come in to play, and they provide you that consultation and information and can help answer questions that you may have thought of and even some that you may not have thought of. We also provide caregiver support groups. And caregiver support groups are that place where you can open up and talk about your cares and your feelings and your emotions. And you also are with people who understand what you're going through because they themselves are family caregivers. We have community education, and that provides a lot of information, all kinds of topics that might help you learn how to relax, take care of yourself, and also topics on dementia and Parkinson's and what are some of the ways you can take time off, like paid family leave. And finally, we have respite assistance. And respite is the ability really to take a break and just go read a book or sit around and not do something for a while. Having somebody else come in, watch your loved one while you're able to for a little bit. But respite is also learning how to take those breaks. And so our family consultants are there to help you learn how to care for yourself so you can be there to care for your loved one in the long run. We're also home to the Los Angeles Caregiver Resource Center program, which is part of a statewide system of 11 caregiver resource centers. If you want more information about anything that I've mentioned, please visit our website at fcsc.usc.edu or call us at 1-800-540-4442. We have staff on our toll-free line waiting for your call and if you have any questions. Now, we're not 24/7, but we will get back to you if you leave a message. So please do not hesitate to leave a message and a callback number or email for us to reach you. Becoming a caregiver often happens unexpectedly, and it's important to realize that there's help out there. The USC Family Caregiver Support Center is here to help support you throughout it all. And now, back to you, Judith.
Thank you, Dr. Benton, for sharing the critical role that the USC Family Caregiver Support Center plays in assisting family caregivers. Next up, we've created a special slideshow for our viewers from our staff. We asked our staff and student workers, how do you help caregivers show courage? This is what they came up with. That was great, wasn't it? I hope you were able to see the family care navigator that you've been working with and be able to put a face to the name now. Or perhaps you've seen some of our staff in our virtual classes, or one of us has called and left you a message. I know some of you viewers out there have followed us for years and have interacted with many different staff at past events. We wanted to showcase our staff working hard for you. Make sure to stick around for the end of the conference. We will have a slideshow of our caregivers in the afternoon. Next up, please tell us in the chat how long you've been a caregiver. What do you do to maintain your mental health? I'm really excited to introduce our next segment to you. I'm pleased to share that Lisa Gibbons, yes, the Lisa Gibbons of television fame, will join Dr. Benton for a conversation about how family caregivers can maintain their mental health. Lisa Gibbons is an instrumental advocate for healthcare, wellness, and caregiving. She is also a wife, mother, businesswoman, and a New York Times best-selling author. Lisa's career in TV and radio reporting and news media is diverse, ranging from her years of hosting Entertainment Tonight and Extra to hosting and producing her award-winning daytime talk show, Lisa. Recognized as a social entrepreneur, Lisa has become one of the leading voices for issues facing family caregivers. When her mother and grandmother were struggling with Alzheimer's disease, she created the Lisa Gibbons Memory Foundation. Her compassion and business savvy united with her journalistic training when she opened the foundation's signature program, Lisa's Care Connection, offering free services for family caregivers, providing tips, tools, and strategies for support in 2002. In 2016, she took her earnings as the winner of the TV show Celebrity Apprentice and used them to open Lisa's Care Connection in her hometown of Columbia, South Carolina. Thank you, Lisa, for joining us today. Without further ado, take it away, Dr. Benton.
Hi, Lisa. It's just so wonderful to have this time with you today. I just, you have so much to talk about with caregiving, and I hope this conversation, I think, will enlighten so many people because you have such a great philosophy around caregiving. What is your personal philosophy about caring?
Thank you, and thank you for the great work that you do. And I suspect that we share this perspective. Really, we believe that you can hold on to yourself even while you're letting go of someone that you love. That you get to move forward just one day at a time, knowing that with caregiving, as with life in general, you're likely going to mess up, but learning to forgive yourself, to respect yourself for that effort. At Lisa's Care Connection, we always say, call on your courage, summon your strength. And that's not just for today or for tomorrow. That's what you're going to need for the long haul, because as you and I both understand, and most everyone joining us right now, this is not a sprint, it's a full-on marathon.
Right. Absolutely. And when you're doing that marathon, this kind of taking care of yourself, I know it's not easy, and you have to really hold on to a lot of yourself. So I was wondering, is there something that you'd like to talk about that's on caregivers about their physical and emotional? What happens if they don't prepare properly?
Yeah. Well, look, the bottom line is this is a thief that steals years from your life. The act of caring can take, depending upon the research, 4, 6, 8, 10 years off of your life, because it's like you're being constantly under attack. That's how your body is interpreting this caregiving mode, kind of as fight or flight every day. So your brain, your physical health, your emotions, those things can unravel and deplete, while your bank account certainly depletes. So caregivers have more depression. They have more anxiety. This is a lot of the work that you do and that we do. More chronic disease. They have problems with being overweight or being underweight. There's more substance abuse. There's more addiction. And I think one of the primary just challenges of the overall caregiving effort is it's hard to find sleep. You know, there's worry, your loved one may be up wandering. So that sleep deficit really messes with your brain function. It really messes with your mood. It makes it very difficult to cope. And I think that during this pandemic, it's made the difficult job of caring nearly impossible. Most caregivers tell us now that they have one or two mental health challenges that they didn't have before. So that lack of personal connection has really been catastrophic. So we need more. We need more respite. We need more support. We need more prevention. We need more wellness programs. And I believe we need more recognition that caregiving is an infrastructure.
That is a wonderful way of thinking about it. That's that build back better. We're part of that infrastructure that's going on.
Yes.
And we really are, you know, the family caregivers are what keeps our healthcare system strong. If we didn't have family caregivers, we know that contribution is really more than anything else. And from Medicare to Medi-Cal, we really need our caregivers. So, you know, one of the things that you were talking about when you're talking about mental health is I know that optimism is really something that is big, and you need optimism, you need some resilience. And why are those things important to caregivers?
It's interesting when we say optimism, I think people kind of want to roll their eyes and go, oh, really? Well, that's not going to help me get through this next 24 hours of hell that I'm facing. But I believe that optimism is not a namby-pamby, pie in the sky kind of thing. I really believe it is a hit the bullseye, razor's edge, sharp kind of thing. I think it is a mental competence that allows you to find solutions more quickly. So it's a neurological conditioning that allows you to bounce back and fight back. That's that resilience that you mentioned. And that's imperative for caregivers to sustain this journey. You really need that. I believe that, you know, it was Coach John Wooden that famously said things turn out best for those who make the best of how things turn out. Caregivers always need to be reminded of that. And that puts us back to a reset of optimism. I think you would agree with me that nobody really wants to be a caregiver. Not that it's not noble, it's meaningful, it's rewarding, it's all of those things. But when you're a caregiver, it means someone you love needs your care, and it means that they're likely sick. So we don't have any caregiver Barbies to show us how to do it. There are very few roadmaps, but the bottom line of it all is we just have to be more. We have to be more aggressive. I think we have to be more demanding of our legislators and our leaders, and we have to be more effective with our advocacy. And I think that with Alzheimer's caregiving in particular, of the top 10 diseases, we no longer want to be that one for which there's no cure and no effective treatment.
Right. And, you know, speaking of advocacy, one of the things that advocates were able to do is to have the National Family Caregiver Month, which is this November. And so that's one of the reasons that we're talking, you know, because it is this month, and that comes from advocacy. You know, how important is it to have this recognition for during the year?
I love that question, Dr. Benton, because I think as a society, we understand labels, like, right? We like to keep score, but we'll really be making progress when we understand how to help. So caregivers don't need a gold star, don't need a parade, but you know what? The occasional pat on the back is just good for the soul. So some accommodations, some understanding, that's what goes a long way. And when we label the month, we're able to really focus on those issues. So more flexible working hours from employers, more family leave, more respite, more daycare for our seniors, just overall more support. So I think it is better that we have a month, that we have a label, you know, name it, claim it. That's always a positive. But the reality is with caregivers that there's a time when it changes. I mean, there's no point in looking back. Things are never going to be the same for you. And not everybody can take that journey with you. I always say that when things don't add up, you start subtracting. So I like to remind caregivers it's okay to just, eliminate from your life some of the people and some of the situations that don't make sense anymore. We all know those negative Ned or Nellies or whoever in your life just kind of can't support you, can't get on board, can't understand what you're up against, to limit time with those people.
I really like what you said. Sometimes when you can't keep adding, you have to subtract. I love that. This month's theme is called Caregiving Around the Clock, because we always talk about that 36-hour day. And it's one of the reasons caregivers really kind of suffer from burnout and stress. And so since you've been working and had that personal experience, what's improved, would you say, for caregivers?
I love the question because you know what? It has improved. We've only had National Caregivers Month, for example, since 1994. But since that time, we have had more awareness. We do have a language around this. But I think that there's this juxtaposition that makes it difficult because I believe that we hold caregivers both priceless. We say they're priceless and worthless almost in the same breath. So they are heroic. We know they are family first responders. They show up when other people are running away to take care of something. And they're also part of this invisible army that no one really gives credit to, that no one gives enough support to. I mean, you said it earlier, caregivers provide the greatest amount of care in our country. We are the healthcare system, right? But we often get the least amount of respect and support. So I think when you look at that challenge, caregivers deal with everything from lack of recognition, lack of communication with doctors, and many of those, I think, are ill prepared to offer a diagnosis. And when they do, oftentimes they are dismissive of the caregiver. People are reluctant to self-identify in the first place. So the very definition of caregiver is still fuzzy, but it is getting better.
So when we think of this month, there's this interesting campaign that the Caregiver Action Network is doing, and it's called I Am a Caregiver and I Am a Worker. I'm a caregiver and I am a parent. I'm a caregiver and I'm a daughter or a son. Can you talk a little bit?
Yes, I think that this identity and this duality that you're caring, that does not consume your entire life. That is not the end all be all, the essence of who you are. It may be the most time consuming. It may be the most significant, the most important, the most valuable way that you identify yourself. But it really is important to hang on to those other pieces that make us who we are. The painter, the person who loves documentaries, the person who loves to garden, the dog trainer, whatever it is, that's when we talked about holding on to you, even while you're letting go of someone you love. Those are the things that are going to sustain you when maybe your full-time energy is no longer needed as a caregiver. We talk about a multi-pronged approach at Lisa's Care Connection. And it's really kind of three silos. It's education, empowerment, and energy. So education, know what you're up against. The empowerment, know that you can face it and get the tools to do that. And then the physical energy it takes to go the distance. I can't overestimate that. The sleep, the taking care of yourself, the relaxing of your muscles, the loosening up your jaw. But when you ask what is the number one thing that you can do, the most important thing that you can do in this caregiver and business that you mentioned, it's to know how to set boundaries so that you can be the other part of the and. So knowing that there's a separateness to you and the one that you care for, letting go of unrealistic expectations. I think that it's really important for us to know what's ours, what's our problem, what can we control, which part of this do I own and belong, and to release expectations over the parts that we can't control or the parts that other people are criticizing, which is never helpful.
This brings me to, the question about being the ability to say no sometimes. Is that what you mean by boundary setting?
Yes, I think that saying no is hard for a lot of us who, I'm one of the original people pleasers, and it feels good to say yes. But I think that support groups are one way that we can see other people, how they've effectively used no. And there are a few lessons, I guess, if you will, that make sense for me around this business of turning something down and setting that boundary. The first one is just because someone asks you to do something, it doesn't mean you should do it or you have to do it. And I know that sounds really simple, but the next time someone asks you to do something, try saying what you could do or what you want to do, not necessarily the thing you were asked to do. The other thing is, it's not your job to make everyone comfortable all the time. This is that boundary. I mean, experts will tell you that if you are trying to make everybody else comfortable, if you're trying to solve problems that aren't yours, that's enabling. So try noticing the difference between what is your problem, what isn't. You and I know this very well, that guilt is a constant companion to caregiving, but it's not going to kill you. It is a normal emotion. Acknowledge that guilt when you feel it. Let it roll over you, and then move on. When you're learning to say no, I always think, well, gosh, think back to 2-year-olds in your life. Channel that inner 2-year-old. Toddlers don't have a problem with no. And when you realize that most no's given to somebody else in your life usually translates to a yes for you.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Well, the holidays are coming upon us. And this is a time when it's very hard to, I think that you've given us some very concrete ways of communicating alternatives to, it's not just saying no, but, or kind of, it's more of a yes and, but
Right.
to kind of modify it. So with the holidays are stressful, what are some kind of mental health tips that you might have for the holidays that we can carry forward?
Boy, this is a challenging time coming up for families in general, especially caregiving families. Simple things that I think we need to be reminded of is, perfection's not the goal. It's to focus on what is the most meaningful. So finding joy, creating those positive feelings, creating some good moments. Maybe there's not even going to be a good day. Maybe you can't say, well, I want all the month of November and December to be really good, meaningful, special times. Well, that's a setting yourself up for failure kind of a goal. So just focus on, can I create some good moments? I think simplifying is probably great advice for all of us. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. Maybe you're just going to put out a few decorations. Maybe you're not going to send as many greeting cards. Maybe you're going to limit those holiday visits and focus on some new traditions that are easier now. So I always say focus on what's left and not what's lost. So looking at someone's abilities and not their inabilities will put us into a space of doing new things. Like if your loved one has trouble getting around, maybe you're just going to drive through a holiday light display. You're going to watch a holiday concert or a favorite movie. Maybe you're going to have a family sing along, and maybe you're going to be willing to throw out all of those ideas because it's not working and just go with what's right in front of you. I don't know about you, but I tend to get very overwhelmed with food is love. And at the holidays, we always, are cooking. And it's a good time if you're caregiving to kind of simplify those menus, pre-cooked items, order out, use paper plates. You don't have to bring out all the great china and maybe the stress that goes with that. And the final thing I want to say about holidays, because this is true whether you're caregiving or not, there are hot button people. There are hot button situations. So if there are activities that trigger stress in your family or for your loved ones, unhappy memories, people that are difficult, try really short encounters, have a quick exit strategy. And I think just to kind of mentally put yourself in the safe, protective bubble. So anticipate things are going to ping you, they're going to trigger you, and you've got your bubble and you can just let those things bounce off as much as you can if you expect them.
Right. Because we have the history, so we kind of know exactly what's going to ping us. I like that word, what's going to ping us. some of the things, that you've been talking about, I know are in the it's called the Caregiver Bill of Rights but there's some people that don't even know about that there is a Caregiver Bill of Rights. Can you talk about it, because it includes some really important points that are important for mental health?
You're absolutely right. And this is one of my favorite things to talk about. And even if you're sharing this time with us and you know about it, this is the kind of thing that we have to remind ourselves. So if it's okay, let's just go through some of the things that are incorporated in what's called this Caregiver Bill of Rights. And it is that. It's saying I have a right to take care of myself, that it's not an act of selfishness, that it will give me the capability of taking better care of my loved one. Because we know better care for caregivers translates to better outcomes for care receivers. Taking care of yourself is a right. You have a right to seek help from others, and I think that vulnerability is our greatest strength. You have a right, as we talked about earlier, to maintain facets of your own life that don't include the person that you're caring for. Just the same way, if he or she were healthy, you've got that right still. And you know what? You've got a right to just have a bad day or a bad week, to be angry, to be depressed, to tell other people that you're just not happy, that you're over it. You don't have to be Mother Teresa. You have a right to reject an attempt by your loved one, because they may not be able to control this, to manipulate you through guilt or anger or depression. And you have a right to receive good feelings from other people, consideration, affection, forgiveness, acceptance for those things that you do for your loved one, as long as you're offering them in return. You definitely have a right to feel good about it, to take pride in what you're accomplishing, we talked about getting recognition and a little pat on the back, but to applaud that courage that it takes to show up every day. You have a right to protect your individuality, right? That's what we said earlier, caregiver and. So those are the things, having a life for yourself, separate and apart, boundaried from your caregiving, that's going to sustain you later on. And you have a right, and I really love this notion that we hope new strides are being made in finding resources to physically and mentally support our seniors in our country and those who are sick or disabled. We also have a right to demand, hope, and work towards strides that are being made to aid and support us in our caregiving journey as well. So I love the Caregiver Bill of Rights. I think that it's a really great reminder that we can stand up, put on that label, and just feel a little more proud about what we're doing.
Just listening to you makes me want to sit up a little more and really understand that importance is this Bill of Rights. We've had a great conversation, and I almost feel like I don't want to let you go, but I know that you don't have a lot of time. So let me just ask you this one thing, because I think it's something that came to you specifically, which is you have a mantra, what you call breathe, believe, receive. Can you share that with us as we could close out?
I would love to. Thank you, Dr. Benton. It's a nice way, I think, to close out too. Yes, breathe, believe, receive. So we like to say this together when we often gather, maybe for a support group or another purpose. So today, I will take a deep breath in as I move forward. I come to gain strength and to offer it. I know I'm on a path that I cannot walk alone. So I'm going to find ways to connect and communicate my needs. I give myself permission to be vulnerable, recognizing that my fear is just my courage looking for a way in. I know that when I fall short of my hopes, I am enough because I try and I care. When I am overwhelmed or frustrated, I will connect to the community of support that is my family of choice. There's wisdom in our connection. There's hope in our hearts, and there is strength in our togetherness. Today, I will exhale, knowing that I am not alone.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. That is such a relaxing mantra. As soon as I memorize it, I'll feel so much better. You've had a little more practice.
You know, my mother always just, she was a no nonsense kind of put it all together simply sort of lady. And she would say, show up, do your best, let go of the rest. And that feeds me a lot and nourishes me too.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking time, and on behalf of all of us in LA and throughout the state of California, we want to say thank you so much for being part of our National Family Caregiver Support Month.
Thank you. And I appreciate the work you do. It is excellent and meaningful. And I've really enjoyed chatting with you and to those of us who are sharing this time.
And I love working with Lisa's Connection.
Same. Back at you. Good. Thank you.
Incredible. That conversation really got me thinking about ways to boost my own mental health as a family caregiver. And that Caregiver Bill of Rights, I think it's so important that family caregivers understand they are people too, and they are allowed to rest, take care of themselves, and exist outside of their caregiving roles. For those of you who are curious about our new community partner, Lisa's Care Connection in Burbank, California, we have a short introductory video for you.
Lisa's Care Connection is a community gathering place for family caregivers who honestly are at the end of their rope. These are husbands and wives and sons and daughters, friends who don't have anywhere to turn. They're exhausted. They're taking care of someone they love who is sick or dying, and they feel lost. They're tired, they feel afraid, they feel alone, and they feel misunderstood. We create a place where we open the door, we open our hearts, we've got hugs and coffee and understanding and love to say, come on in, let us help you.
The staff at Lisa's Care Connection are just really in tune to the needs of a caregiver.
I think that the Care Connection has helped me get a better handle on my grief, get a better handle on how I need to take care of myself.
We were looking for a hospital-based partner, and it really resonated with me to learn that Providence's philosophy was, know me, care for me, ease my way. That's such a beautiful reflection of how we approach the caregiving community. And from the beginning, this was just a perfect fit.
A friend of mine referred me to Lisa's Care Connection, and she raved about it, and I knew it was a good place for me to go.
It's helped me really to understand, to be more patient.
We have so many caregivers who have loved ones with neurological disorders, particularly Alzheimer's disease. Because Providence has the Neuroscience Institute, that's a tremendous benefit to us and was really important for this partnership. We know that our caregivers really value that. You know, sometimes you just think you're guided places and you know when you arrive that it's right. That's what it was like when we arrived at Providence. It is so the right place for Lisa's Care Connection. Working with the people here is easy and supportive and loving, and everybody wants the same thing. Everybody shows up and rolls their sleeves up and gets to work and does it with a smile and really wants to be of service. Our job is to help you figure out what to do, where to go, to say exhale, knowing that your next breath will be a deep inhale of support, and you will gain a community of like-minded people who will help you know that you're not alone. This isn't a path that you can walk by yourself. It always surprises me when people say thank you to me, because we didn't do anything but open the door. We are so grateful for the inspiration that we get, for the opportunity to be of service, and for the example of heroic acts of courage and love every day. It's just beautiful. It's really an amazing place.
Thank you to both Lisa Gibbons and Allison Corey, the Managing Director of Lisa's Care Connection in Burbank, for their content contributions to today's conference. Now, let's look at some of the comments people posted about what they do to maintain their mental health. I've been a caregiver for 3 years and doing whatever I can to both get educated and share what I've learned. From Karen. I talk to my loved ones and reach out to my support system. Tiffany. I can relate to that one, just sharing. Giving myself permission to take time outs and not feel guilty when doing so. From Grace. Do not feel guilty, folks. Take your time. Making time for arts and crafts. Coloring and wood staining. That's Renetta. Oh yeah, use your creative juices as an outlet. I think it's so healthy. I now have boundaries. Added no to vocabulary, enlist help, listen to calm music, write and actually color with crayons. Ollie, those are a lot of tools in your toolkit, Ollie. I love it. 3 E's, education, empowerment, and energy. Now, let's look at some of the comments people posted about what they do to maintain their mental health. Let's have some fun now. To keep all our viewers out there engaged and paying attention, we're going to have 3 separate scavenger hunts scattered throughout the day's activities. We'll give you clues or riddles for 3 things to find in your house and share a picture with us. After the conference, we will send a little prize to the first 3 viewers to respond with their findings. So, how do you play? The first set of scavenger hunt items is on the screen. First, I have eyes, but cannot see. Next, I may be a bear, but there's no need to be scared. I won't eat you. I can't even eat. And last, show us anything with our Family Caregiver Support logo or LACRC logo. Find the 3 items that answer these riddles and take 1 picture of all 3 together. Then text your picture to 323-538-2355. If you're one of the first 3 people to respond with your picture of your items, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. We'll announce the winners of this round before our next scavenger hunt. We'll take a short break for our audience to get up, stretch, get a snack, and all that good stuff. You can just leave the internet window open while you take a break. There is no need to log off. Our next segment will begin in 15 minutes. And we're back. I hope everyone had a great break. Please tell us in the chat if you've yourself encountered cultural changes in your caregiving. Now we're going to shift our focus to cultural challenges in caregiving. Living in Los Angeles, we're surrounded by a multitude of cultures. Our city and suburbs are perfect examples of the American melting pot. We've invited some caregivers here today to discuss what types of cultural challenges they've had to work through during their caregiving journey. I'm pleased to welcome Gary D. Brown as the lead panelist for our next segment. Gary is a program specialist for business diversity and economic opportunity at USC University Relations. You'll probably recognize him from other events that we've held, such as the Black African American Male Family Caregiver Experience discussion panel he led for us last month. Gary was a caregiver for his mother, and he is a longtime supporter of our center. Welcome, Gary.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're here to talk about today. We have our panel, and the theme of our panel today is the courageous caregiver in you. My name is Gary D. Brown. I am the program specialist for the UNC Business Diversity and Economic Opportunity Department, and I have been working with the USC Family Caregiver Network for, good Lord, it's been a few years now. I was working with them during my own story of being a caregiver. And so today we'd like to just have a conversation with you about your stories as well. So if we can go ahead and get started, let's introduce ourselves. First, Veronica, you'd like to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about you.
Hi, yes, good morning. Thank you so much for having me on. And thank you, Gary, for leading the discussion, which is a really important one. So many of us find ourselves in this caregiving journey, and it's not an easy one, especially if you don't have the support or know about the resources. But I am very fortunate that I still have both my parents in my life. They're now mid-80s and above, so things are definitely starting to change for them. Seeing that change is really tough on them and tough on us as their daughters, because life that as they knew it is starting to get a little more complicated. Very happy that for the most part, they're still pretty independent, but there is a lot more that my sister and I are both jumping in to help support. She and I are both working full-time, and she is sandwich generation. I'm not, which makes it a little bit easier on me in terms of the time, but it's still difficult. And so thank you for allowing me to be here and share more about our journeys as family caregivers, because I'm not alone in this. A lot of my colleagues are in the same boat. A lot of my family members are in the same boat. So it's a situation that we're learning to navigate and still try to take care of ourselves.
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you for joining us today. Michael, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Gary, for hosting this, and really appreciate it and allowing us to share our experience. I'm sure there's millions of people who's out there going through this journey, and I could feel what everybody's have to go through, because it's extremely difficult journey for any loved one that has dementia or Alzheimer. We've been very fortunate because our family has been very strong in dealing with this situation. My siblings, my two sisters, really pitch in big time to help out, because I myself, just doing the caregiving role was just not enough, and it was very difficult, because seeing your loved one going through this change due to age, due to dementia, it's not easy. And the reality of dealing it on a daily basis is very mentally and emotionally draining. Just go through the daily caregiving routines. It's very, very demanding. And I was very blessed to have, not just my siblings, but the whole community kind of help out. They pour a lot of love in, and we were able to get my mom, who's 85 years old, who used to be very, very strong and highly functional before the COVID, and the COVID changed everything. The community was there to help us. There was a lot of love to support us. And we couldn't get through this without the love from the community and the resources that was provided. So I'm just so grateful that even though it's a difficult journey, but I think, we got through it. Now my mom is very stable, and we're just so grateful. And again, thank you for having me this morning, and thank you for letting me share my own experience.
Thank you for coming on and sharing your story with us as well. And we're going to touch on some of the topics that you brought up a little bit earlier and a little bit later in the conversation. And last, we'd like to introduce Sandra. Sandra, if you can please introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you.
I feel like the disruptor today. Yeah, so I'm taking care of my mother, who's 95 years old, and she's in the last stage of Alzheimer's. And so she's been with me for about 10 years. I was very blessed in that she realized something was happening, so she started turning a lot of her affairs, financial and medical, over to me, so I could oversee a lot of the things that she wasn't able to or knew she would not be able to handle. So that was easy, as well as giving up the car keys, which I know for some people is really hard. And so she's been with me for 10 years, and she was very active when she first came. She was in 2 bowling leagues, and it was really sad because eventually she forgot how to bowl. So she wasn't able to bowl in a league anymore, and then she wasn't interested in bowling at all, other than remembering what she used to do. So I've been keeping her active as possible up until the pandemic. She was actually going to OPICA, which is daycare for seniors who can also handle people with memory problems. But in the year or so, or almost 2 years, she's declined quite a bit. So she's now having episodes of auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, which may be redundant, behavioral problems. And so I'm now starting the journey of looking for a place to have her reside, because I'm actually the only person taking care of her. I have no siblings and no close relatives, and so I rely on a caregiver 3 times a week. But other than that, I'm the one that's taking care of her. So that's my story.
Okay. And I didn't share my story also. I was introduced to the USC Family Caregiver Center. When I first started USC in 2015, my father had passed the day before I started at USC. And so I got with the center there. And as soon as my father passed, my mother started her kind of decline. They were in a situation where they were married for, 50 years, and he passed, was just kind of a downhill story for her. And so, similar to what you guys are sharing, I did have my brother as well. We have a very small family here in Los Angeles. And so we had a chance to come in as a caregiver. We had luckily had enough financial support where she could have nurses and caregivers come in throughout the day, and then my brother and I would take over for the evening. And so it was similar to kind of what Sandra, you just alluded to, trying to keep as active as possible and to go to as many activities and keep you, just aware of everything that was going on. And so, one common theme, and my mother, she did pass in 2019. And so the caregiver centers and even just panels like this, being a part of it, was always helpful and supportive. And what I'm hearing from all of you right now, a lot of it is about, just having that support, having a network, having people that you could go to. I know some of you guys mentioned your siblings. I have my brother as well. How does that kind of family dynamic help you? The community around you, whether that's family, whether that's friends, are they a good support system? Have you had any sort of kind of distractions from it? Are there any conflicts? And then how does that affect your, the person that you're caring for as well? Veronica, I know you had your sister. Maybe you can start with that.
Sure, thank you. Well, in a way, I feel lucky because it's just two of us, my sister and I. And so I know sometimes with larger families, coming to an agreement can get a little more difficult. My sister has trusted me in a lot of the decision making that we've had to make, because fortunately for me, my career led me to work with older adults. My career led me to work with family caregivers. And so I am aware that I have a little more knowledge and information, and I'm helping both my sister and I and my parents navigate this journey. Where my sister and I find the most difficulty is in the role reversal. My dad is 89 and my mom is mid-80s. She forbids us from sharing her age, so we respect that. But it's the role reversal. It's us trying to support them in things that they really do need more support, and them having a hard time adjusting to that change. And we always want to be respectful. We always want to treat them with dignity. We don't want to take away, their rights or their feeling of being independent. The world is changing, and it's changing fast. And so how they used to do things and how they used to handle their transactions is so different now. And so they need more help. And sometimes, they fight the help.
Yeah.
And so I've talked to my sister numerous times because there's been tears, there's been frustration, there's been anger. But, because of what I know, I'm able to help us through it. And I have my moments too. But at the end of the day, is we've made a decision that we want to keep this relationship, and we have to work through these challenges, and they're not always easy.
Yeah, I was like you. I handled all the business side of it. And my brother was kind of the one on the day-to-day and, at the house and, handling things with the other caregivers that came in, and I was handling a lot of the business part of it. So completely understand. Michael, you mentioned that you have siblings as well.
Yeah, I have two sisters. Okay. And even though we're a very tight-knit family, our family dynamic is very strong. Mom always taught us to look out for each other, and she always taught us to always stay together, stick together, and work as a team, and just stick it through no matter what. But despite all this teaching, Alzheimer is really beyond anybody's imagination. There are just times that's just really, really difficult because we all come from we all want to take care of mom. It's out of our heart, taking care of mom. That just comes naturally. So we all have that willingness or motivation to take care of mom. But sometimes, we would go we would all have different perspective, like for medication. One of my sisters would be on, why we shouldn't take certain medication. even though we consulted the doctor said it's okay. There's always, because they always not want to harm or do more damage to mom, because knowing that she lost all her normal functions and she's declining, we just want to be, I understand my mom, my sisters being as gentle as possible. And sometimes you just got to go through the path, because, this is not an easy path. And when it comes to exercising, see, I've been working with my mom on her exercise for a long time, and she had back pains. So declining, the back pain, it just changed the person. Mom doesn't want to get off. I mean, she's always tired. She's always fatigued. The thing is, the doctor always mentioned that we need to keep her working. So again, me and my sibling have this discussion again, and sometimes it turns nasty. You know what I'm saying?
I completely understand. Like, I was the one to go out, and we're gonna go here. I just got the photos on like your Google and Amazon Photos memories, and it pops up where a few years back, and it'll pop up. And so I just got the one where we took her to the county fair. She used to love all these musicians, so one of the last things that we did was get to take her to see the OJs and the Isley Brothers at the fair. And we went to see them, and, we went to go and see the Christmas lights and go around. So a lot of things that we were doing, or that I was doing with her, sometimes my brother was there and sometimes he was not. But I think it became kind of segmented. Everybody found their role, and okay, you're going to do this, you do that. So I completely understand. But Sandra, you mentioned you are by yourself out here, right? You're the only one that's taking care?
That's right. And so when I listen to some of the problems families have trying to work things out, I said, sometimes it's better to be the only one making decisions. And also I miss that kind of support. So where I've leaned on is friends. So I have about 3 friends who've gone the same route. 2 friends actually, and a cousin whose parents had Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. And so I've leaned on them for advice, for when things seem to be like, why is this happening? They will sort of calm me down and say, this is just part of the journey. And doesn't matter whether I like it or not, as part of the journey. So, so I've been very fortunate to have those friends around me. And then also I've noticed that being a caregiver sorts out your friends too. There's some friends who don't want to be that close, and there's some friends who will step up. And either way, they're still my friends. But it's something I have to work on myself. And I have a caregiver that I'm very fortunate that's very good. And so I'm at a point where, do I have that person or other people come in or replace her? And so I've been going to different places, and that's been eye-opening. The variety, not only in accommodations, but in prices, has been sort of overwhelming right now. But I know I have to start that journey so that if something happens, I'm not caught flat-footed and making the wrong kind of choice. So, so
go ahead. I was just going to go off of one thing of what I'm hearing a lot of you guys are speaking about. And I want to ask you about the community at large. Some of us, we have our friends, some of us have families. But let's talk a little bit about kind of like cultural. We're all kind of different backgrounds. And culturally, how is the caregiving scene in your own specific community, in your own specific culture? For me, coming from African-American background, something similar to what Michael was saying. You're going to take care of your mother. It's just something that you're going to have to do.
Yep.
But there's some, I have visited different facilities, and you will see parents in there, and sometimes the kids would just kind of drop them off and say, here, mom and dad, you guys are here. And I'll come and visit you at Christmas time or something like that. And for my background and my culture, we're looking like you would never kind of do that to your parents. So How is caregiving seen from you guys' eyes in your own culture and community? And whoever would like to start, Michael or Veronica or Sandra, anybody jump in?
Well, I'll jump in. Oh,
okay. You go ahead.
So I think there's in the background of how we are as African Americans is that the family takes care of family, no matter how my family. It's been sometimes you have 3 generations taking care of each other or living around each other so they could support each other. But in this age, because we're so separated, I think. We're now looking more at care facilities or some kind of care facility or outside help. And when it comes to care facilities, for me, it's a lot of emotions involved. Just how to do it, how to have my mom be comfortable. And I'm not going to be a fair weather daughter either. So I'm going to be very involved. But still, it's like, where did I fail? That I would have to have this kind of facility or whatever, care at this time in her life. So that's one thing I'm dealing with.
Okay. Veronica, I know you're going
to... As my family, we're from Latino heritage. My parents both are Mexican. And you're right, in our families, we take care of each other. We take care of our own. And that's how it used to be. And it lent itself when family lived close and everybody around you is family. So you take care of each other. That includes cousins, aunts, grandparents, godparents. But now with the distance, the traffic, living in different, counties or states or even countries, the network is smaller. And also, with my parents, they've been very clear. They don't want anybody outside coming in to help them. It's my sister and me, and maybe the grandkids, but not even them because they're too young in my parents' eyes. They don't want to burden them. So if my sister and I can do it, okay. And if not, then that's that. And so we're doing our best. And their limitation right now is more physical. It's cognitive. So, they're able to still live on their own, but we need to show up. We need to show up for the other activities in their life that they can't handle on their own, the transportation, the doctor appointments, the translation. English is not their first language. And so we need to step in for that. So I think they were not going to accept outside help. They're just not. So my sister and I are going to have to figure it out somehow and see how it goes as things start progressing.
Yes. Michael, would you like to share any?
Our family has a different dynamic because mom really have tight bonds. So everything is very limited to direct families. Just me and my sisters. We don't really extend beyond our families because you don't want to trouble other families, and mom liked to keep her own things. And again, we didn't really want to make, we just want to keep this within the family. We don't want everybody to know mom has dementia because it's just, in our culture, it's not cool. I mean, it's not, it's a medical condition, but especially mom she's extremely successful and she's well known in the community. And we just don't want people to know that she's declining. We want to do this for mom and for her dignity and for, it's just not shame, there's certain shame in our culture. The Chinese community, there are certain things as bad. And there's certain shame, even though you have nothing to do with that. It's just the medical condition. People are just not aware of this kind of medical condition. So we kept everything in-house. And so, but the great thing is because we have our own family business, mom built a very good and very sufficient business. So financially, we don't really have to go outside too much. We're okay. We could. So I'm able to stay home and take care of her while still working in the business. So that works. That arrangement works out for me. But also, there's people in the community I reach out to that I call up on, like doctor. We have clients who are doctors, and we have very good doctors at UCLA that I could talk to them directly and ask them for medical advice, how to handle certain things, what we should do. So we're getting a lot of guidance and a lot of great insight. So that really helped smooth out the path a little bit and make this journey a little bit easier. So I'm just grateful.
Yeah. And it's good that, you have the opportunity to be able to, provide the care financially, and that, the business and things of that nature, that you could, have the means to go out and to get the help that you need. Going upon that, Veronica, question for you now. You work in a background of caregiving. Am I correct? With
older adults and family caregivers, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are some kind of options that people can, go to for support? When I would take my mother to the hospital, one of the first questions was always, and a lot of people about culture and our backgrounds, a lot of people didn't even realize what long-term care insurance was. You thought because you had Kaiser, you have your, your health insurance, that things like that were included. But what should we be looking for? Are there financial means that we should be saving for? Are there opportunities such as insurance that we can be planning for? In your background, what would you suggest to someone that is either going through a situation or approaching that sort of situation?
Such a great question. I think yes, depending on their situation, it varies so much. A lot, of course, income, resources. I think one of my first things I encourage, family caregivers that I know and I encounter, including my own friends and family, is to reach out to well-known organizations that are trustworthy, because it's important that they get the right information from a trusted source. And so, of course, the Family Caregiver Resource Center is one of my go-tos. In terms of what coverage they have, people have different health insurances. I don't know if they have a HMO or PPO. So depending on what health insurance they have, I would definitely encourage them to reach out to their health insurance. I'm talking for the person being cared for, and even for the family caregiver, to see what services are available for you. I know there's a lot of counseling now being offered, a lot of support groups taking place. In terms of the person's health insurance that you care for, there might be some opportunity for help in the home, for meals to get delivered. So there's different options. I know here in LA County, there's the in-home support services program, but a person does have to qualify for Medi-Cal. And so if they're not eligible for Medi-Cal, then that might not be the option for them. But that is something that is available, and families don't know. And I know Sandra mentioned OPICA. It's such a great alternative to have a safe place for your loved one to go to. They do have community-based adult services centers. With the pandemic, of course, things shut down, but little by little, they're starting to reopen. So for families that need to go to work or that are not able to stay home with the loved one, looking into those alternatives would be helpful. And again, depending on what type of coverage they have. I personally, at this point in time, do not have long-term care insurance. When I first looked into it, a few years, a decade ago, they said I was too young. I shouldn't even, put my money in that. But fast forward, I probably should have, because, as you get older, things start changing, and then, the fees get higher. So, but it's something to definitely, for myself and other caregivers, to look into. I once met a caregiver, and I'm never going to forget her because she made so much sense to me. She said she was caring for her husband, and they didn't have children together, but he did have children from a previous marriage. you know, it's not that the kids don't care. I know the kids have work and they're raising their own families and they may not live near. But what she saw was she was doing this alone. And she said, you know, I ended up switching my finances around. And instead of having so much for my own life insurance, I took some of that money and I invested a lot because I'm going to need help for me. And so that's stuck. So I just think that don't be embarrassed to reach out.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for, sharing that. And one of the things that you just touched upon, and I want to ask everyone, let's talk a little bit about last year. Let's talk about 2020 pandemic. How did COVID affect your caregiving for your person that you were dealing with, as well as, yourself? What do you see as long-term effects? What do how did it affect them mentally? Did it contribute to their decline? Did it was fearful of them? One of the things that I said, even at the beginning of 2020, when everything started coming down, since my mother had passed in 2019, we were like, oh my God, I'm just one thing. I'm glad she didn't necessarily have to deal with this. She would have been scared out of her mind. It would have just destroyed her not to be able to go outside and what's really happening. So, what experience did you have with pandemic, with COVID, especially now kind of moving forward? Michael?
Mom started to have this dementia after COVID. So I figure it's COVID trigger because when the lockdown came in, it triggered it, and then she had real big. She had really deep depression. So she used to be highly active. She used to do travel, work, and run her own business. The lockdown really affected her a lot. And then on top of that, because she has underlying medical condition, that she's diabetic, she's, high blood pressure, cholesterol, the whole work, So given that, we can't really let her go out of the house. And we're trying to keep her as safe as possible. So again,
still at this point, she's still not going out right now?
Very little. Even though she took the booster shot, we're trying to. She does prefer to go out. It's just human nature to be out there, locking in the fourth wall and this thing here. It depresses her a lot because she sees herself not useful, and that's the driver of her depression. And that, does more harms to her dementia because then she's more confused, then she start having, delusional things, delusional episodes and things of that nature, the sign of dementia. So I think what changed, back to your question, and what changes, we just got to cope with whatever comes, and all we could do is just take it a step at a time. But, again, the community is there, the family is there. When COVID hit its all high, my brother-in-law would do the grocery and drop it off. So I didn't have to go out. And my sister would be out there, and I just, so I think in a way we delegated pretty well. And again, we were very fortunate in this situation. So, and I learned to work from home. So all this is actually, we got more out of it than sorry.
Okay. Sandra, what was your experience from last year to today with the pandemic?
Well, for me, I was already with Mom's level of, with her dementia. We were already pretty much staying home a lot. So I was already taking advantage of delivery services. So for foods, groceries, her medication is mailed in most cases, stuff like that. So that wasn't much of an adjustment for me. But what was the concern was, would she be able to take the the shots, the vaccinations, and that actually worked out really well. Kaiser had a separate site that I took her to, and she got both of her shots at that site, and I got mine as well. And then the biggest concern after that was the caregiver, because the caregiver is like 40 years younger than me, and they all have their opinions of what was on social media about the vaccine. So I was concerned that she would not get it, but she did get it. So it was like, thank you. So, but I think also, the caregiver has a young son. So at times the son would be here on Zoom, on his Zoom calls. She would be on her school Zoom calls, and then I'd be on the Zoom call too. So that I could accommodate her being able to still have a job, help me, and help ourselves. So I think that was the biggest thing we had to pull together. But the services, I told everybody, I said, ordering, no problem. Never been a problem here. Don't always like to cook, so. But no, it wasn't that much of a problem because she, like I said, the only thing she was doing right then was going to a Pico, and then they closed down. So it was pretty much, maybe going outside for sun. That's about it.
Cool. Veronica, did you guys have any adjustments that you had to make?
In the beginning, yes, it was really, really tough. We were used to hugging and, being close to each other. And in the beginning, I would drop off groceries for my parents. I wouldn't even step foot in their home. I was so concerned that what was going to happen, and I didn't want to bring anything to them. So I had just left the store, drop off the groceries at their door, and then leave. We would talk to them on the phone, but they don't have any advanced technology like video or anything. They don't like it. They don't want it. So it's just phone conversations. After 2 months of doing that, it got too hard. And so we made a decision that we were going to start going in the house. And I finally hugged my mom. I remember having a moment here at home where I said, my mom could pass away anyway, and I'm not going to get to hug her. I'm going to hug her. And so I started hugging her just, sideways and really quick and with my mask and make sure I washed my hands, make sure my clothes was clean. But my mom's words to me were like, ay, mija, al fin, like, oh, daughter, finally. And so she was suffering, but letting me be because she didn't want to pose more stress on me. So long story short, our family continued to visit my parents because it was going to be more detrimental for them not to see us and not to be around us than us showing up, taking full precautions. And so thankfully my parents are okay. We're okay. We did have loss in our family, so it hasn't been easy. But for my parents' well-being and their health and their mental health, we've shown up.
Cool. Yeah, it affected so many people and still is to this day. And, hearing that, I mean, you just can't imagine not being able just to go in and just in that natural sense of hugging or give you a kiss and, just to be around them. So I know, for all of you, that must have been very difficult. One of the things that we always kind of talk about then, and I'll segue into this question for you, is dealing with that sort of situation, not just with the pandemic per se, but just in general of being a caregiver. How have you managed your own personal caregiving life along with your personal life? Is the person that you're caring for understanding that, yes, you are my daughter, you're my son, you're taking care of me, but you also still have a life, and are you out still doing things to like make your own self happy and to kind of get away from that part of it? Sandra?
I'm smiling because that's a conversation I think I have a lot lately. But I noticed I went from the daughter who was a caregiver to the caregiver who just happened to be the daughter. So my caregiving responsibilities sort of outweighed my daughter responsibilities. So I relied on other people to be the sibling. to, bring joy or take her out and stuff like that for a while. And I think the hardest thing for me has been to blast out time for me. And I used to say carve, but now it's blasting time out, because if I just carve, it just gets overlooked anyway. And luckily I have friends who keep reminding me that, we're going to get together or something like that. So that friendship basis, really supports me. But I think also because I learned from my other caregiver friends that I need to take care of me. So making sure I have my health appointments, my medications, getting out in the sun, doing gardening, or anything to break up that time of caregiving. Because my mother isn't always up. She sleeps a lot. So there are times when I can get out in the backyard and do some stuff. And also have a camera in her room so I can always keep track of what's going on, and have a bed alarm so that if something happens, I can take the alarm outside and I'll hear it. So, there's, all kinds of things I've built in to provide me some space for myself.
Good. Yeah, we need that. Michael, have you continued to have your own personal space as well during this time? Oh, you're muted. Michael, we can't hear you. You're muted. There you go. Okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. For me, that's still a major struggle. That balance is always very tough. But thankfully, being a Christian, my faith have gotten deeper. What helped me is my time alone, devotion, daily.
She's on mute.
That kind of. Oh, it's still muted. Oh.
Oh no.
No, we hear you.
Yeah. So. Yeah, for me, devotional time is very important because that's my time away. I could do my own thing, and that's just that's the only way I'm coping now at this point. But eventually, I'm confident that eventually I could find better way to balance myself. But for me, it's devotion, daily devotion that works.
Find that time and encourage you to continue to do that. Veronica, I know that you're going to have to drop off the call shortly, but are there any last words that you would like to share with us, especially with your background, that what can people do? Any words of encouragement for caregivers?
Yes, please take the time for yourself. Don't work on not feeling guilty, because it's easier said than done. But you do deserve the time to take a time out, to get some respite, to have some fun, to feel some joy. And it's okay to ask for help. I had to work through that because I was feeling, well, this is what I do. This is my career. I need to be the one, I shouldn't be calling resources. Somebody else needs them. Mm-hmm. And how are they going to view me? Because this is what I do, and I'm reaching out for help, right? So take a step back. I am a daughter. I am a caregiver. Yes, I'm also a professional, but I also am going through this role, and not take it personal, And so I encourage you to ask for help. We're not going to get it unless we ask. And people don't know. They don't know because they think you're doing well because we're not sharing. And so I always say family caregivers need time and money, or both. So if you're someone that is around a family caregiver, just offer time, money, or both, because that's what we need. If someone steps in, then I have more time. And I am very fortunate because my role right now doesn't require me 24/7. And I have a very supportive husband. I do have to switch my schedule around. I do spend the night at my parents' when it's warranted, but I still get a break. And so this is where I'm at right now, but I know things will change, and I'm bracing for that. Yeah. So thank you all, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for joining us. And I think that kind of goes along with our theme of being courageous. Reaching out for help is, can be an act of courage for a lot of people to, just to even looking to say, hey, can you come in? Can you help me? Do you have some advice for me? Sandra, do you have any words of encouragement or advice for any other caregivers that are out there that may be listening?
I think also, look at the resources, especially through the USC program. And they're starting to generate programs and videos that really address all aspects of caregiving, from legal, financial, to, of course, the other kind of supportive services, but also just to get involved and to share what's going on with you, your friends and family. I am, at some point it feels like I'm complaining or I'm bending their ear, like I don't think they want to hear it. And I'm very fortunate they'll say, no, I want to know what's going on. Can I help you? And so I just want to echo what was said, that you got to ask. You don't realize people want to do something for you. Had someone I needed to go out in the evening. Someone just came and sat with my mother. It was like, oh, I could have just asked. So I think you just got to ask, and I think it getting legal support and taking advantage of legal services as a caregiver is important also. It's enlightened me about what I need to do for me. And because I have no children. And so if anything, if I live to be my mother's age or older, I need to look at what is going to support me during those times. I do have long-term care insurance. I've had it since I was 55, and I'm so blessed because I was able to keep up with the increases, but I could never think about trying to get it now. It would just be so prohibitive. So that's one thing I encourage anyone to do, is the long-term care. So I think that's about it.
All right, well, thank you for that. And Michael, words of encouragement, any advice that you'd like to share?
I double down on whatever you guys said about asking. We need to go reach out and not be ashamed, or just be strong and ask for help, because this is my greatest discovery through this journey. There's a lot of good people out there, and people are willing, and they're very sympathetic, and just, the great thing is you're not doing this alone. There are, once you ask, there's people who's willing to come in and help out. So what keeps me going, despite all this, is the support I'm getting from people who's just, out of their heart. They're just doing it out of their heart, and there's, it's just a human spirit that's so beautiful here in our community. I mean, and I'm just, again, I'm just so grateful. People are really reaching out, and they're pouring in with their love, and you can't ask for more than this. There's abundance of love in the community. All you have to do is just ask for it, and that's what it takes to make your life easier, and stay on the course of doing your thing. Because it is a tough job. It's no easy job what we're doing. As caregivers, because it's beyond any job description.
Yeah. I've said and have many conversations where it's one of those kind of things that, and you guys mentioned as well, you just can't be prepared for it. You can, we can read all the books, you can hear the stories, but when it happens to you, you just got to kind of figure it out. But with the support of different programs, like we're talking about the USC, the Family Caregiver Network. We have right now with the Los Angeles Caregiver Resource Center, all of these different opportunities, we find out that we're not by ourselves. We're not alone. It's not even just family. There's an entire community out there that we can reach out to as well. So for you guys, we will send you, our thoughts and our prayers and keep you going. if there's any additional support that you may need, you can always feel free to reach out. And, just like to thank you guys for coming today and sharing your stories with us. Okay.
And thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Gary. For having
media.
us. Thank you for
Thank you
hosting.
very much.
Not a problem. We appreciate it. And we'll share the resources and we'll share some more stories. And hopefully we'll just continue to build upon this community of caregivers to uplift them and to take care of those that are in need. So, and thank you guys again for joining us today.
Thank
Amen.
you. Yeah. Amen to that. Yes.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing their experiences. I know I've had my own cultural challenges. My mom actually immigrated from Cuba, and she left most of her support system and family behind. The few relatives that did come to the U.S., well, they lived across the country. I realize now more than ever with my mom's illness how valuable family and building a support team are. So now let's look at some of the comments people posted about facing cultural challenges in their caregiving. For me, guilt and shame when needing to take a break or practice self-care. This is Jenny Sanchez. Some families only want very intimate family members aware of what's going on, especially dealing with behaviors and disabilities. This is from Yvonne, and I can relate with that one completely. My mom's very private. It can be difficult to find bilingual doctors, social workers, or medical professionals. Not only is language important, but also those with I'm so sorry it cut off, Jenny, but I can understand. My mom is bilingual, and she actually switches from Spanish only to English sometimes. So, and thank you for your comments. Okay, remember our little scavenger hunt game from earlier? Let's take a look at some of the entries that came in. As a reminder, here were the clues. 1. I have eyes but cannot see. Answer, potato. 2. I may be a bear, but there's no need to be scared. I won't eat you. I can't even eat. Answer, teddy bear. And 3rd, show us anything with our Family Caregiver Support logo or LACRC logo. Congrats to our winners for the first round. As I said earlier, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. Someone from our team will reach out to you soon. Now it's time for our second scavenger hunt. Let's go over how you play again. The second set of scavenger hunt items is on the screen. First, I have hands but cannot clap. Next, I'm shaped like a donut or bagel, but I prefer sound bites to mouth bites. And last, show us anything with the USC logo. Find the 3 items in your home that answer these riddles and take one picture of all 3 together. Then, text your picture to 323-538-2355. If you're one of the first 3 people to respond with a picture of your items, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. We'll announce the winners of this round before our next scavenger hunt. Now, we will take a short intermission break for our audience to get up and stretch, and get a snack, and all that good stuff. You can just leave the internet window open while you take the break. There is no need to log off. Our next segment will begin in 15 minutes.
Home. It's so much more than we think.
It's comfort.
It's memory.
It's sights, sounds, and smells.
It's safety.
It's love.
It's hope. Even in the final hours.
When the world begins to fade.
It's part of us.
It's home.
Home is not just a building.
Home is care.
And you are a caregiver.
You empower people to stay at home. That is the greatest gift you will give.
Through the work you will do.
You will give home back to aging adults.
It's a hand to hold. It's a loving look. It's being a keeper of memories
that may be lost without you.
It's a good meal.
A watchful eye. A listening ear. A patient heart.
It's laughter.
And it's tears.
It's hurt.
It's healing.
It's caregiving.
Do you know how it feels to change someone's life? You will.
You will.
You will. Caregiver.
I am a caregiver.
I am a caregiver.
I am a caregiver.
I am a caregiver. I am a caregiver.
I am a caregiver.
And now you are too.
Hope everyone had a good break. Please tell us in the chat what kind of home safety modifications you've had to do to help your loved one. Next up is Christy Huang Arai. Let me say that correctly. Huang Arai, to share some tips with us on how we can make our homes or other living situations safer for our loved ones. Christy is the manager of Asian and Asian American Services at Alzheimer's Los Angeles. She is a gerontologist and holds a master's degree in aging service management from the USC School of Gerontology. With a wealth of experience in working with older adults and their family members, Christy has a passion for advocating for the AAPI aging population and is committed to excellence in improving the quality of their life. Thanks for joining us today, Christy.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining this Making Home Safe presentation today. My name is Christy Huang and I am the manager of Asian and Asian American Services at Alzheimer's Los Angeles. Whether you're an active care partner for someone living with Alzheimer's or other type of dementia, or just want to learn more about home safety, I hope the tips and strategies that we share today can help you lower the risk of potentially dangerous situation at home. And I know like some of you might not be currently taking care of a person living with dementia, but you might be able to apply some of the tips and to the care that you provide. Next slide. So what we will cover today is first we're going to talk about there's some safety issues that arise when living with someone with Alzheimer's or other type of dementia. And how can we really modify the home to make it safer? And lastly, we want to talk about what products are out there and are available to help us to create a safer environment. So I want to emphasize that everyone's experience are different. Everybody's living arrangement and environment are different. So this workshop is intended to for risk reduction, not perfection. So we need to adjust the caregiving strategy or plan accordingly. Next slide. So now we're going to be watching a short video that explains what Alzheimer's is. As I mentioned earlier, if you're not a caregiver for someone living with dementia, that is okay. This video is very well made, and I think it will be a good opportunity for everyone to learn about Alzheimer's. Could you please play the video, please?
What is Alzheimer's disease? Alzheimer's is a slow, fatal disease of the brain affecting 1 in 10 people over the age of 65. No one is immune. The disease comes on gradually as 2 abnormal protein fragments called plaques and tangles accumulate in the brain and kill brain cells. They start here in the hippocampus, the part of the brain where memories are first formed. Over many years' time, the plaques and tangles slowly destroy the hippocampus, and it becomes harder and harder to form new memories. Simple recollections from a few hours or days ago that the rest of us might take for granted are just not there. After that, more plaques and tangles spread into different regions of the brain, killing cells and compromising function wherever they go. This spreading around is what causes the different stages of Alzheimer's. From the hippocampus, the disease spreads here to the region of the brain where language is processed. When that happens, it gets tougher and tougher to find the right word. Next, the disease creeps toward the front of the brain, where logical thought takes place. Very gradually, a person begins to lose the ability to solve problems, grasp concepts, and make plans. Next, the plaques and tangles invade the part of the brain where emotions are regulated. When this happens, the patient gradually loses control over moods and feelings. After that, the disease moves to where the brain makes sense of things it sees, hears, and smells. In this stage, Alzheimer's wreaks havoc on a person's senses and can spark hallucinations. Eventually, the plaques and tangles erase a person's oldest and most precious memories, which are stored here in the back of the brain. Near the end, the disease compromises a person's balance and coordination, and in the very last stage, it destroys the part of the brain that regulates breathing and the heart. The progression from mild forgetting to death is slow and steady, and takes place over an average of 8 to 10 years. It is relentless and, for now, incurable. Helping your family, friends, and neighbors to better understand Alzheimer's will reduce stigma, improve care, and even help the fight for a cure. Thanks for helping to do your part. Learn more at www.aboutalz.org.
So as we saw in the video, this is a progressive disease, and it lasts about 8 to 10 years, sometimes even longer, depends on the point of diagnosis. So let's take a look at these two images on the screen. So on the right-hand side, you can see this brain with Alzheimer's disease has shrunk about 1/3 of its original size, which affects people act in a certain way. So usually it starts with hippocampus, and which plays an important role in of short-term memory. And that is really why people living with Alzheimer's experiencing memory changes at first. So and they don't really have control over their behaviors, especially as time passes and the disease progresses. So we just have to remember that the person living with dementia, they don't act a certain behavior, they don't do things on purpose or trying to annoy us. Their perception has actually been compromised, and we really need to try not to take it personal. Next slide. So now we have a better understanding of how Alzheimer's progresses and the different area of thoughts that have been impacted, that become impacted. We really want to moving into how we can make sure that the home is a safer place for everyone. And there's more than one way to make a home safer. In the slides, we're going to talk about these 3 strategies. So first one is change the environment. This really means to physically change the space of your person living with dementia. Remove the furniture from the hallway or remove sharp items, lock them away. And next one is change the behavior. So this could mean addressing the cause of the behavior. So sometimes we consider successful may not be necessarily or completely stopping a certain behavior, but rather we perhaps just change or reducing the occurrence of the behavior. So next, we want to change our way of thinking, right? So remember, this is because of the disease, the person will have progressively less control over what they're doing, or sometimes the best solution is really to change our expectations, right? It is easier to join their world than pull them back to yours. So this disease is unique for each person with Alzheimer's disease, and what may work for one person may not work for another one. So it is really important to try something new, and it takes, if it works, that's great. But if not, then we can also try something else. And sometimes a certain strategy may work right now, but it might not work 6 months later. So always be open-minded, and we have to keep up with changing the strategy as the disease progresses. Next slide, please. So now we'll be talking about our idea strategy, which can really help you with the consistent changes of the caregiving plan. So the idea is actually an acronym made out of the first two letters of identify and the first letter of educate or sometimes explore, and the first letter of adapt or sometimes adapt or accept. So this strategy will help us manage or change the behaviors. Next slide. So the first step of idea is identify. So we really want to name and describe the behaviors, right? So what is challenging behavior? We want to be very specific. We want to look at where the behavior is happening and how often and how long at a time. And we also want to think about is there anything that occurred before the behavior started, and what time of the day that you see this happening more often. So it is a good idea to keep a log and track the behaviors as they happen, so we can be as detailed as possible, which might be really helpful in figuring out why the behavior is occurring. And also you can bring the log along with you when you discussing potential causes with a medical professional. So we believe all the behaviors have meaning behind it. So, and typically changes in behavior is a way for the person living with dementia to continue communicating with us, right? And showing people around them about their feelings and their needs. Next slide, please. So E stands for educate or explore. So as you explore the potential causes, you really want to take a step back and see it from different perspectives. So from the person, we want to see from the person living with dementia's point of view, and we want to find out what are the causes and what could possibly influence the person's behavior. So could it be a health trigger? So is the person getting sick, or is the person in pain? Could it be environmental triggers? Is the environment too noisy or too hot, or is the room too dark? Or could it be task or activity triggers? Is the activity too difficult for the person? Are there too many steps so the person couldn't keep up? Or is there something new and confusing to them? Or could it be communication triggers? Sometimes it is hard for a person to keep up with a conversation, right? Or they might having difficulty processing or responding to a conversation. Is the person bored, or does the person feel like he or she being treated like a child? So in this step, you really want to become like a detective. You want to put on your detective hat and try to figure out what messages they are trying to convey and what really means behind the behaviors. So please remember that all behaviors are usually the way that express a person living with dementia express their emotional or physical needs. So if there's any sudden changes in behaviors, it might be due to an additional illness or change of health condition or discomfort. So it is important to seek for professional help if you notice there's a sudden behavioral change. Next one. So A stands for adapt or sometimes accept. So once you thoroughly go through all the different possibilities that could really causing the behavior, it is time to do something about it, right? So adapt means different thing. There's no right or wrong answer. You can make necessary changes by taking control. So we can change the environment, right? So that means the physical space of the room, which is the place that the person living with dementia is in. That's something you can adjust or take control of. Remove the items or that cause the behaviors, or simply distract or redirect the person to a different area, to a different room, right? Or we can distracting them by offering something to eat, or playing music or movies, or asking them to help you out with some simple task. Or so next one, we really need to address the costs directly, right? So for example, if the activity is too difficult, so that's why there's behavioral change. You can probably keep the activity still meaningful but simple and within the person's ability. Or if the cause of the behavior is overstimulation, right? So we can try to keep the home as calm and quiet as possible. We want to adjust our tone as appropriate while speaking to them. And we need to remember that people living with dementia are still people with emotion and need comfort and a sense of security. So lastly, we want to change our attitude, right? So that's why we say, oh, it could be adapt or accept. We want to change our attitude. Sometimes it means change our way to respond to those behaviors. So remember, ultimately, we are the one who has the power to change, not the person living with dementia. So let's say if the behavior is not dangerous or like hurting anyone, sometimes it's probably okay. Let's just accept it. It's easier for us to accept it and just let it go. Next slide, please. So now we know more about dementia or Alzheimer's and the IDEA strategy. We want to dive into we want to talk about 4 of our most common safety concerns for the care partner. So these are getting lost, accidents, falls, and medications. Next slide. So first one we want to talk about is getting lost and wandering. So why is this really a risk factor? So more than 60% of people with Alzheimer's disease will wander and get lost at some point in their lives. If the person is not found within 24 hours, up to half of them will suffer a serious injury or even death. So why do really people get lost? People with dementia, they might be confused. They might feel fearful, or home to them may not feel the same anymore. So they really want to try to find somewhere they used to go often. So for example, their workplace or church, or even just somewhere they can recognize, right? So sometimes if they feel bored because there's nothing else to do, they might want to find something to do as well. And maybe and lastly, it could be just simply a reaction of a new medication, right? So when can this really happen? When can getting lost and wandering happen? Well, so anyone has memory impairment or and is able to walk can be at risk of getting lost. So even in the early stage of dementia, a person can become disoriented or confused for a period of time. So it is so important that for us to, as a care partner, to plan ahead of time to handle and react to this type of situation. So as everybody can see this picture, this is Nancy Polikas, and I want to share with you about her story. So Nancy Polikas, who had early onset Alzheimer's disease, was 55 years old when she wandered away from her husband, Kirk Moody, at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art on October 15, 2016. So 2 years later, 2 years after her disappearance, her remains were actually found at Sherman Oaks. So Nancy was the inspiration for LA Found, a county-wide program to find individual by using trackable bracelet. And I will be sharing more information about this program in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So how can we really plan ahead and respond when the person starts wandering or getting lost, right? So here is a program called Medical Alert and Safe Return. It is a wearable medical ID. So how does this really work? So when a person is reported missing, the local police will be informed with the person's information and their photos. So, and the police will conduct a search, right? So, on contrary, when a missing person is found, when they are wandering on the street and they were found by another person or a member of the emergency team, they will call the toll-free number listed on their bracelet. So, and then the medic alert organization, they will notify the family members or any emergency contact listing in the person's file. So we want to make sure that the person is safe return home. So this medic alert will be a small of a fee, but for more information, please contact Alzheimer's Los Angeles. Next slide. So here are some tips for getting lost and wandering. So first and most importantly, we want to keep an important documents handy. So we want to keep a list of medication, allergies, doctor's name and phone number, and any legal paperwork such as a power of attorney or the person's information handy, just in case if the person getting lost or wondering, we can find him right away. And also we want to keep a recent photo of the person. Sometimes they might experience weight changes dramatically. They might look the same like 2 years before, so right. So we want to keep a recent photo of the person living with dementia. So next one is identification and tracking devices. So we talk about medic alert, and it's a medical ID, bracelet ID, and also there's California ID, and there's some other trackable devices, GPS wristband as well. So here I really want to talk about LA Found tracking bracelet. So when we heard about Nancy's story, Nancy actually never wondered. That was really her first time. So because when they were in LA County Art Museum, Nancy was trying to go through the bathroom. And because of the design of the bathroom, Kurt, he went on different floor for a bathroom. So Nancy unfortunately finished before him. So that's why she started wondering. She wanted to look for Kurt, right? So as a response to the loss of Nancy, LA County began the LA Found program to help locate individuals with Alzheimer's or any other type of dementia or autism who wander. So LA Found is a program with trackable bracelet for at-risk individuals. So if the person has gone missing, then the care partner can call the sheriff department to identify the person's location. So the sheriff department will use radio frequencies to help locate the missing person. And so far, they have 100% successful rate of finding the person back. So for more information, if you're interested in applying for LA Found, please check out their website for more information. So the first two tips when we talk about the first two, keeping the documents, important documents handy, and wearing the trackable or tracking devices, those are two tips are more for when the person getting lost, right? So the last tip that we want to share is home modification. And this is more focusing on how to prevent or like lower the chances of getting lost, or wandering away. So first we can install alarms, door alarms or bell or any like motion detector alarms. So sometimes, we can be with a person 24/7, right? So when sometimes wandering happen when the person is when everybody else is sleeping. So we want to also install a bed pad alarms or rug alarms. So when the person get off the bed, that you will be notified as well. And next, we really want to secure our doors, right? So sometimes we can cover the door with curtain, or some people, a care partner shared with us that she covered the doorknob with towels. So the person couldn't really see how to open the door, right? Or some people, they will paint the door and the doorknob the same color, so it's hard to locate the knob. So we want to make sure that we have extra keys for yourself just in case of any emergency. So as a safety precaution, if you plan on changing any type of door in case of an emergency, the ambulance should be able to go inside, and anybody in the house should be able to leave the house, including the person living with dementia. So there are some other excuse me. So there are some other causes might trigger the person leave the house, right? So is the TV being too loud, or if they might think, the characters in the TV are actually in the room with them, so they get scared and they want to leave the house. Or the person might get distracted by what's happening outside and they want to see what's happening, and they leave the house as a result. So we want to really hide their shoes or keys or purse or hats away. So pretty much put anything away that could possibly trigger or may indicate them to leave the house. So here we want to emphasize these tips are for safety reduction. So there's certain things that we shouldn't be done in the name of safety that could really be abuse-like. So for example, locking up a person in the room, right? Next slide. So next one is accidents. So why are accidents a risk factor? So people living with dementia may have trouble knowing what is now dangerous than may not have been before, right? So when can this become a dangerous situation? So if the person is still able to safely use the kitchen appliances like microwave, blender, or stove, either by themselves or with supervision by somebody else, we recommend that allow them to continue to use those appliances. But the disease progresses, they will not be able to safely use those products. For example, for unsafe behaviors. So we will try to have to, for example, they will try to put a metal plate into a microwave, or leave the stove on, or leave the gas on. At this point, so even with safety products that we will be introducing later, may not be sufficient to keep the person with Alzheimer's safely operating these appliances. So next, we also want to make sure that to evaluate their hobbies, right? And other things that the person used to enjoy doing. So it depends on how far along the disease is or how dangerous the hobby is now. The person may not be able to fully do it anymore. So, but maybe they can do parts of it. So for example, if the person enjoys cooking, right, but unable to use knife safely, even under supervision, we can ask the person to clean or wash the vegetable instead. So the person can still be in the space he or she enjoys, likes, and also enjoys the meaningful and engaging activity. So we still encourage to let the person participate daily tasks with their ability. Next slide, please. So sometimes the person living with dementia may feel confused or frightened, even in their own home or with the person they know. So this can create a dangerous situation for everyone in the house, right? So if there's any guns or weapon in the house, make sure to lock them away and lock them in a safe place, and make sure there's no bully in the gun. And if the person with Alzheimer's was able to safely handle a gun in the past, that doesn't mean they can do it now. So his or her current abilities will be altered because safe use of firearms requires complex cognitive abilities and quick decision-making skills. So people living with dementia sometimes misperceive danger and may not recognize someone he or she knows for years and view them as an intruder. So that's the accident happen, right? So we don't want this fatal, deadly accident happen. So we want to put all the dangerous weapons or guns away. So if unfortunately some serious accident occur, and you feel your life or somebody else's life is in danger, including a person living with dementia, it is normal to feel scared. And it's if possible, leave the house and go to a safe place and call 911. But make sure that you explain the full situation to the responder. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we want to talk about some tips for preventing it happens, right? So in the kitchen, we want to install the anti-scalding device. So on the faucet, or simply to lower your water temperature to below or under 120 degrees. So we can also install auto stove turn off device and remove stove knob when we're not using it. And for a stove or microwave, those toaster, those appliances, we can remove them from the counter or remove the plugs when we're not using. So, and also we can cover the electrical outlet with childproof plugs. So lastly, we want to use plastic eating and drinking ware rather than glass or ceramic. So when we decorate, for decorations, we want to remove all the artificial fruits or vegetable, or just really anything they can be mistaken as food. So throughout the house, we want to make sure our chairs and table, they're sturdy. And for the chair, we want to make sure they have strong backs. And again, we want to lock all the sharp items, including like knives or any tools, tools that you can find at home, right? And also we want to lock away those cleaning supplies as well, just because sometimes they could mistakenly thought that juice or anything is drinkable. And lastly, we want to lock the bathroom and kitchen door, just because there's just so many potential safety hazards in those areas. So if you have, in the kitchen, if you have garbage disposal, you might want to consider disconnecting as well. So for visual, we want to really like some decals and on the glass doors, so make it just really visible for the person living with dementia, right? So even not the person living with dementia, sometimes you see people just walk straight into that door. So it is important for them to see the glass door is there. Also, we want to use contrasting color to increase the visibility of the items, such as like stairs or handrail, etc. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we want to talk about falls. Why are falls a risk factor, right? So as Alzheimer's progresses, the limit amount of exercise really will weaken the muscle strength and our balance. So, and the disease also influences the person's vision and perception of distance. So the brain controls our ability to process and understand the purpose of a physical object and cues. So for example, what looks like a rug, for us right now, it can look like a black hole for someone with Alzheimer's disease. So all these factors make people with Alzheimer's twice as likely to fall. So sometimes having side effect of a type of new medication can cause fall as well. Next slide, please. So what can we do to respond falling, right? So in the bathroom is the area can be really happens, most fall happens in the bathroom or kitchen area, right? So to help minimize the risk of falling, you can install handrails in the tub or shower. So there's some other helpful safety equipment that you can purchase as well that really wouldn't require permanent change in your home. So such as a raised toilet seat or any with handrails or a plastic shower chair that you can use in shower. And also non-slip shower mat can help reduce the change of reduce the dangers of wet floor. So sometimes we know like bathroom door might not be too wide enough for the person living with dementia to enter, right? Especially if they're using wheelchair or walker. So you can install a swing away or offset door hinges that makes the door open twice inches wider. So twice inches wider, so you can easily get these devices. You can easily get these devices online or any hardware store. So also we want to mention that remove the lock from bathroom can help prevent the person living with dementia getting locked inside. Next slide, please. So let's look at how we can help prevent falls at home, right? So first, we talk about install the bathroom, install rails in the bathroom or next to your bed, and we want to also have a rubber base, non-slip rugs, or a no floor wax. We also want to remove floor clutter such as shoes, boxes, or like electrical cords. We want to mention like home places like very narrow, like your hallway. We want to really make sure there's a clear path for the person living with dementia. But you want to find that balance between keeping the important things you need close by and also clear out the clutter that is not needed. So lastly, we want to have a good lighting and make sure the light switch are near the doors or at stairs, and make sure there's appropriate lighting if they get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, right? So also we want to mention that pink and blue light bulbs may reduce shadow and which cause confusion. So next one, for the person, we want to make sure that the person is not wearing something too baggy or too long and which can trip them, right? So we want to have a good sturdy shoes. And we also want to, if we are able to, we want to exercise them regularly to strengthen their legs and increase their balance. So for caregivers, like if we want to do something, don't hurry and allow plenty of time for activities. So don't rush the person. So for example, if you're going to see a doctor, make sure to save extra time for the person to get ready, to change, so the person can remain calm and relaxed. Next slide, please. So next one, we want to talk about medications. So why is this really a risk factor? So even with dementia, so people could still have other type of chronic illness, right? So having a dementia doesn't help you immune from other type of diseases. So they might get sick and so they will take a lot of different type of medications. So sometimes people living with dementia, they may get sick or be poisoned because they take the wrong medication or take wrong dose of the medication. So we have to really be careful of where we store our medication. So why do people with Alzheimer's mismanage their medication? Well, they might simply forget to take the medication, or they will take too many medications and confuse the medication with confuse the pills or taking too many of them could really cause serious consequences. So everyone with Alzheimer's disease will need help taking medication eventually. Next slide. So how can we do about to manage our medication? Well, the first step is really talk to your doctor. So we want to update our list of medication, including all the herbs, all the vitamins and supplements like the person living with dementia is currently taking. And take the time, talk to your doctor, right? So you want to you're the only advocate for the person living with dementia. You want to make sure all of the medication or all the supplements, vitamins or herbs that you're taking, they won't have a serious interaction with each other. And if you're having a hard time getting the person with Alzheimer's taking their medication, doctor, if there's any other options. So for example, any liquid form, is there a patch that they recommend? So sometimes the person is not willing to take medication, simply by distracting them to do something else and then come back later and try it again 5 minutes later. Next slide, please. So here's some medication safety tips. So first, we talk about we want to organize our medication. We want to make a list and keep updated. And also, we want to keep a local poison control center's phone number or emergency room's phone number handy, just in case if anything happened, and we can call them right away, right? Number 2 is really managing the medication. So use a pill box or other method to organize the medication. You can easily find those pill box and online or in a drugstore. So keep the medication in the original containers in a safe and locked place, right? So the person won't have access to it or accidentally taking too many. So for the caregivers, we want to keep a regular schedule when taking medications. So we want to use really simple words and give clear instruction in a short sentence instead of explaining to them, because sometimes if they don't want to take the medication, we're trying to explain to them why you need to take the medication and this is so and so. But sometimes we can just, like I said earlier, distract them to do something else and come back and try it again later. So we don't really have to give them the full explanation because sometimes it might not work. And we want to we have plenty of time to take the medications. Next slide, please. So this is really all the presentation, all the safety tips that we have for everyone today to help you create a safer environment or safer home for the person living with dementia. And again, I'm from Alzheimer's Los Angeles. We are a local nonprofit organization that has been serving the community for over 40 years. So if you or someone you know need any type of support or information or referral, feel free to contact us. And here's our helpline number, 844-435-7259. Or you can email us at, if you prefer email, you can email us at help@alzheimersla.org. Or all the latest information, you can check out our website, www.alzheimersla.org. Right now, because of COVID, we offer remote help, and all of our services are free. Could you go to the next slide, please? So we offer these type of support. So for example, helpline, call our helpline for free support and referrals. And we also have free care counseling. The care counseling can really help family with caregiving plan. All the plan is we emphasize on person-centered caregiving plan. And we also have various type of support group. We want to create like a platform for care partners to share their experience and create a safe place together with others. And also we have educational classes and caregiver trainings. We want to increase your knowledge and providing the tools that can be useful for your caregiving journey. And lastly, we have volunteer and fundraising opportunity for you to participate to help spread the word. Our mission is really to reduce the stigma of Alzheimer's disease and raise the awareness of Alzheimer's disease or other type of dementia. So we know being a caregiver can be overwhelming, but you don't have to do this alone. Let's face it together. Contact Alzheimer's LA. Until there's a cure, we provide care. Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So again, this is our helpline numbers. If you have any question, feel free to contact me or us at help@alzheimersla.org. Thank you for joining me today. Again, here's our helpline number, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, for those home safety suggestions. I think some of those tips are not only good for caregivers, some of those work universally wherever we are caring for someone or not. Now, you may be wondering, what do courage and caregiving have to do with each other? One of the hardest things in caregiving is deciding upon a living situation. Is your loved one going to live alone? Are you going to move in with your loved one? Is your loved one going to move in with you? It is incredibly courageous to think about altering your living situation to meet your caregiving needs. Whether it's remodeling your home to be more wheelchair accessible or asking a landlord if you can install shower grab bars, it can be a lot of change to accept and adapt to. We have two caregivers today who will talk to Alex Gonzalez, a program specialist at the USC Family Caregiver Support Center. They're going to talk about their experiences with home modifications to make their living environments more suitable for their caregiving situations.
Hello, my name is Alexander Gonzalez, and I am a project specialist with the USC Family Caregiver Support Center. I am joined today by two courageous caregivers who will talk about their experiences with caregiver safety, home health equipment, and home modifications. I would like to start by letting our guests introduce themselves. Can you please tell us your name, what you do, and how long you have been a caregiver? Let's go ahead and start with Leon.
Hi, I'm Leon Watts. I actually work at USC in the School of Gerontology, the Fall Prevention Center of Excellence office. I'm a project specialist and learning and development specialist. I also now care for Marilyn, who's 95. I've known her for over 30 years, but about 10 years ago, she asked me to take care of her for the rest of her life. And I accepted this because I have experience taking care of my grandparents and my parents as their needs became available. So that's who I am, and that's what I do.
Thank you, Leon. And now Ralph.
Yes, my name is Ralph Pasquale. I am a training manager for LA County Adult Protective Services. I'm also an adjunct faculty for a college in Pasadena, and I have my PhD in human and social services with emphasis on, or with concentration on gerontology. I was a caregiver for my mom for 4 years. She has since passed away. She passed away last year. And that's basically who I am.
Thank you, Ralph. So, I want to go ahead and get started with our first question here. So you mentioned you take care for your mom, Ralph, and what equipment and modifications did you get for her while you were caring for her?
What happened then is she actually had she actually lived in her own home for most of her life since my dad passed away 16 years ago, I believe it was. And we had actually to sell that property because it was a two-story building, and it was beginning to be very difficult for her to go up and down the stairs. So I had to move her into my place in Pasadena. And what we actually did is we remodeled the bathroom. Um, we had to widen the bathroom, gut out the the tub. The tub was a little bit too high for her, so we had to gut that out and pretty much installed a walk-in shower for her. What I also did for her is we also raised the toilet seat for her. And essentially, what happened then is that we took out a lot of the non-essential pieces of furniture in the bathroom, so she could actually pretty much navigate the bathroom because she actually ambulated with a walker. So we had to actually pretty much make it bigger for her, much easier for her to navigate the bathroom. And there were a lot of grab bars that we installed as well. And also I had to reconfigure the living room just to make sure that it was, wide enough for her to travel, or I'm sorry, to navigate around, because again, she was walking with she was using a walker. And yeah, so we made the living room for her wide enough for her to properly navigate the living room. So those are the things I did for her as far as modifications in the home when she moved in with me. So I cared for her for almost 4 years.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, that seems like a lot of modifications at your home. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us. Now, Leon, same question for you.
I had, when I first started working with Marilyn, she was living in her own home. She was living in a senior complex. And so it was pretty much set up for her. It already had the grab bars and the walk-in shower and everything. When it became necessary for her to go to assisted living, even though she was in facilities, they had the grab bars, but the toilet wasn't quite tall enough for her. So I ended up buying a higher toilet seat with grab bars on either side of it, and I installed that. Over the past 4 or 5 years, she's lived in several facilities, and every one of them I had to put this higher toilet seat and grab bars on the sides of the toilet seat. As a result of so many years of me working, with her and seeing her needs at the facilities, I'm seeing that it's actually going to be better for her to be at home. And part of our agreement was when it was necessary, I'd bring her into my house. So I've been modifying a bedroom and the bathroom for her. So, again, taking out the bathtub and the sink, putting a higher toilet in right away, the roll-in shower, doing that. The doorways, the entryway to the area, had that widened, and the doorway from her entryway into her bedroom, again, that's been made wider. So I've done some extensive work in preparation for her. But I like to say that if someone does find they need to do these modifications, it's well worth it, because you're not only doing a modification for the individual you're caring for, but it actually enhances the value of the house to already have that set up. I did construction for a number of years and did modifications for clients' homes. So, I knew what to do. And I know in talking with clients many times, and they'd ask about, wow, that's going to really be expensive just for this one situation. And I explained to them that actually having a home that is more accessible for whoever's disabled, or even as they're aging themselves, it's a good investment.
Wow, Leon, thank you so much for pointing that out. That is actually something to consider. Many times, I think with modifications, most people are hesitant about things like that. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Now, you all mentioned, a lot of modifications, but I would like to ask you, how did this, equipment or home modifications, how did it actually help you? How important is it? And how did it benefit your caregiving and the person that you're caring for. So go ahead, Leon. I'll start with you with that
Okay.
one.
Yeah, as I said, I started out when Marilyn was at home, and her doctor had wanted her to start using a walker. Marilyn always used her cane, so she was really good about keeping up with her cane. She had several canes. She had them around the house, so if she happened to walk from one room to another without her cane, there was one there that she could grab. So she was really good about that. But when her doctor wanted her to start using a walker, she was reluctant to do that. And so one of the things I looked into, because, you know, a lot of the walkers are sort of gray and sort of institutionalized looking, they now do make walkers that are various colors. So I got her a candy apple red walker. She was much more comfortable with that and did start using that. She actually had a fall, and so then the walker became necessary, and she was needing to use that. And after a while, she really needed to have, you know, be able to sit down sometimes. So I was able to then go from just the regular walker to the walker with a seat in it, that she could sit in if she was tired, or if I was taking her for a doctor appointment or whatever, she could sit in it and I could push it like a wheelchair. You know, they now make walkers that are convertible to wheelchairs as well. And I recently bought her one of those, which has been helpful. There's some design issues with it that I've noticed. So I would say that anyone that is going to get the walker with the wheelchair possibility, they look at the way it's made carefully in terms of if they're not using the footrest, where the footrest attaches to the chair. If there's going to be anything protruding that could injure the person that you're taking care of. So that's something I've noticed in the design of some of the wheelchair/walkers. Outside of that, Maryland has not needed any other thing in terms of devices. Well, other than it was necessary for me to get her a hospital bed, because again, for a while she was using her regular bed, and because it's a lot better sometimes for her to be there to be somewhat of an incline to the bed. It was good for me to get one that, you know, the feet or the head of the bed could be adjusted. So now she does use a hospital bed, and you know, we were renting one for a while, and eventually I was able to just go on and purchase one from the place where we rented it. They gave us a good deal on that. So many times, if someone's renting a hospital bed, they might want to inquire about purchasing it after renting it a while, if they see that it'd be helpful for the person to always have the hospital bed.
Right. And I can definitely see that, you know, having a hospital bed, you know, as far as safety wise and even health wise, it's definitely important to have that type of equipment, you know, in your home, especially if you're caring for someone. For the care recipient themselves, I think it's very beneficial. But I think as far as for caregivers, it gives you that peace of mind, right?
So. Yeah. I'd like to mention something else too. That was another thing that really made me see that it was better to go with the hospital bed. Is her bed was a queen size bed, and of course the hospital bed is more narrow, so it is easier for someone to help with the patient or resident or the person they're taking care of to get, you know, to transfer them from the bed to a chair, or even for the individual to be able to get out of bed on their own. It's a lot better to have a smaller bed than a larger one. There's also a special type of mattress that can be purchased that has like a little bumper on either side of the bed, so the person can't roll out easily. And of course, with a hospital bed, many of them are made with railings that can go up on the sides. Although a person may not always need that, what's nice is to have it so that if the need arises, they do have a bed that has have the railings on them.
Right. Yeah, definitely want to keep someone safe in there. So yeah, you know, Leon, thank you so much for that. Now, Ralph, I want to ask you the same question. Why are these equipment or home modifications important, and how does it benefit your caregiving and the person you care for?
For me, though, it's the peace of mind. What I also have had forgotten to add earlier is that I also installed a camera with my mom's permission. I asked her if I could put it on a camera because I also work. And whenever I'm working, I check on her. We communicate, through the camera. Um, Also, at the same time, when I'm away, she had agreed to actually have a caregiver in for a few hours, a couple hours, just to prepare breakfast and lunch. Um, the thing is, though, my mom was fiercely independent. We had actually before she moved in with me, we looked at several independent living and assisted living facilities, and she did not like any of those. Because really, if she wanted to, she could move into any of those facilities, mainly because, again, she had enough money. She had the proceeds from the sale of her property, and but still, she did not like any of those facilities. So when she moved in with me, the first thing that I did was actually, like I said, remodel the whole bathroom for her to easily navigate the bathroom. Because for me, it's a peace of mind that she's safe and she's not going to fall. And there's enough grab bars for her actually as well. And we took out the rugs and everything just to make sure that she doesn't trip over those rugs. And she did have like I said, she did have a walker. She ambulated with a walker. But yeah, for me though, it's the safety. It was a safety issue for her. I mean, for just also for my peace of mind. So I make sure that she was safe in that environment. The only thing that I did not actually do is really, if I really again, I wish I had replaced the because I have wood floors in my in my home. At least I wish I had put in the like a carpeting, softer a surface for her in the living room at least. But then again, I because of the camera, I was able to actually monitor her as well, even while I'm at work, and she was okay with that. And we, again, like I said, we pretty much communicated constantly instead of a phone, because she did not know how to use the iPhone. Because I had asked her if I could give her an iPhone so we can do FaceTime. She did not know how to operate that, but at least I gave her I installed a camera where we could actually communicate via by using a monitor, and that she actually knew how to she knew how to operate it because I showed it, and it's really a simple device for her to operate. So that's again, it's basically the peace of mind for me. That's why I installed all these different different things and materials to make sure that she's safe at home. So,
yeah, and that is, that's very great. I know sometimes with cameras, they're not really thought about, for caregiving in a sense. But I think, having a camera is a great idea. You can actually monitor your loved one, and make sure that they're safe. So, yeah, it can be difficult, but with the provision of the person that you're caring for, I think it's a great idea. So thank you for mentioning that.
She also did not want to use one of those devices. What do you call this? The button.
The
she did
alert.
not want to use any of that. Yeah,
Right.
she did not want to use that. So I made a compromise. We made a compromise. At least put in a camera, so at least I know she was safe.
Yeah. And that's the thing, I think, with caregiving, right? Sometimes you have to compromise with your loved one, right? It's not just, a clear-cut way that you're going to do things, and it's a partnership that you have to work with your care recipient and between the caregivers. So thank you for mentioning that. A lot of people don't know this about me, but before I got my degree in gerontology and started working for the USC Family Caregiver Support Center, I actually worked for a medical supplies for about 15 years. And I delivered, repaired, and taught caregivers how to use equipment. And I remember that a lot of the most common equipment is the ones that you've actually kind of mentioned here, the grab bars, the walkers and things like that. Those were like the ones that we would really deliver a lot. But another modification that we kind of did a lot was the small ramps inside the home or outside the home. Sometimes homes have, like a room that's higher than the other one, and you need a small ramp to kind of get the walker or the wheelchair. And, installing these things may seem like a burden, but, they're great because they help the caregiver, but they're but they also benefit, the care recipient themselves, avoid falls with them, things like that, because then they can use their wheelchair or their walker throughout the house. So, it's things that, sometimes we don't think about as caregivers, but, equipment and modifications can definitely keep someone safe at home. Now, I actually want to move on to something a little different. As you said it here, these modifications, these equipments are, very important. But, sometimes people kind of hesitate, or, they feel that they can be costly, and that terrifies people, because it usually means that, when they do a modification, it's going to be something permanent. I know that, Leon, you mentioned that, getting modifications may actually increase the value of your home. Now, I want to ask this question, and I'll start with you, Leon, because you kind of touched this. You talked about this a little bit already. So, what was your reaction to getting equipment and modifying your home? Did you hesitate to get them, or did you embrace it?
No, I embrace it because of my experience. But, over the years, I did have, because I also own a business where I did home modifications for years. And that's what actually led me to going back to school and getting my master's in gerontology, was because so many of my older clients were asking me to help them. And, it started off with some people having a step or a few steps that they were having problems with outside their home, getting into the home. And so I started out building ramps for them. And then eventually there were more steps, and it was actually more efficient to have a prefabricated ramp in, because they did come with the railings on either side of them. I was fortunate, or my clients were fortunate, to be able to afford a lot of it if it had to come out of pocket. A lot of the equipment and things that people need, Medicare will pay for. And so for some of my clients, their doctors would prescribe certain things. And so therefore, they would ask me to just go pick them up, or I'd make a phone call to like a company like the one you used to work for, and they deliver them. But again, the need was there. And so even if the client was a little reluctant, if they had to pay out of pocket to do it, once, we talked about their need, and also the consequences of not having the equipment they needed, or not doing the modifications they needed. To have a fall is definitely a motivator. If someone has fallen, they are more motivated to be cooperative when it comes to using assistive devices and doing home modifications. If they have not had a fall, just bringing that to their mind many times, they can appreciate, being educated as to the results of not having the equipment or the modifications they really need in order to navigate their home safely, and to reduce or eliminate any barriers that their home might present to them.
Thank you, Leon. Now, same question for Ralph. What was your reaction to getting the equipment and modifying your home? Did you hesitate, or did you get them, or did you embrace it?
There was no hesitation at all. I mean, in fact, I was the one who suggested to her to make all the modifications so she can safely stay in my home. Again, the reason for that is just pretty much, I really cared for my mom, and she was pretty much the rock of, she was actually my rock, and just for her to move into my place and remodeled the place for her to make sure that she is safe and also comfortable in my own home. Then that's something I would do all over again. So no, there was no hesitation at all. Like I said, I did it mainly because, again, I cared for my mom. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now, I have heard from caregivers that the equipment they receive from their provider is of low quality, breaks down too soon, and when it breaks down, the warranty of the equipment has expired. Caregivers don't want to deal with this problem. So they often, end up buying the same equipment of higher quality with their own money, or may hesitate to get home modifications due to their insurance not paying for it. Can you tell us what have you done and what caregivers can do to avoid situations with low quality equipment or paying from home modifications? I'll go ahead and start with Ralph on this one.
It was just that my mom was actually very fortunate, mainly because, like I said, she did have the funds from the sale of her property. That's why there was no hesitation in terms of making sure we do have, or we get the best quality of equipment, or what have you, in terms of the remodeling and everything. We went really pretty much, we went all the way, mainly because, again, she did have the funds to do so. But in terms of low quality equipment, it's sometimes you just have to go out of pocket if you can afford it, so you can get a better quality. I know some of these things that you get through Medicare and all that. I mean, my mom had a very unfortunate incident that we actually went through Medicare at one point, to get her walker, but the walker actually fell apart after a couple of months. So what happened is that we just discarded that and got a much better wheelchair for her, which was sturdier, and it really lasted for almost like 4, and then I still have it, and I just pretty much donated it to donated to an assisted living facility. But yeah, if possible, if you can afford to pay out of pocket, and I know that's not going to be possible for every individual, but again, I would pay a little out of pocket, so you can get a better quality. I think that's the only way, and I know maybe Leon might have some other ideas, but again, I was just fortunate. My mom was just fortunate that she actually had the funds to pay for out of pocket for whatever equipment that she needed.
Right. And Leon, I'll ask you the same question. What can you do, or what can caregivers do to avoid situations with low quality equipment or paying for home modifications?
I'd say that one of the things that everyone does, they have to buy equipment, whether it's a cane or a walker, wheelchair, or whatever, is to ask wherever they're going to get it, or if they're going to go online and look at the price ranges, look at the different quality equipment. I think that, for some equipment, if it's a temporary basis, then and it's not going to be used a lot, it might be all right to get a lesser quality item. All assistive devices, I think you can confirm this, Alex, there are regulations when it comes to manufacturing of them. So even though something may not last as long with a lot of use, they still have certain standards they have to meet when they make them, unless somebody's getting something, online that's from, a manufacturer that's not regulated or something like that. But the best thing to do is always ask, what is the range, when it comes to a walker or a wheelchair? What's the price range of it? What's the low end and what's the high end? Many times I found that the quality of an item might be, or the cost of the item might actually differ because of the finish on it. So as I say, when I got her a walker that was a standard aluminum walker, it was one price, but to get one that's been, what they call powder coated, but a really expensive paint job on it, so it's a prettier, unit, it'll cost more. It can cost quite a bit more, depending on who the manufacturer is and all that. But for the most part, get in the habit of always asking, what the price range is of different equipment, and then take a look at it, inspect it, feel it. Some of the higher priced wheelchairs and walkers will be a lighter weight. So the material is used is a more expensive lightweight material. Um, as I say, I have purchased some equipment for her, and because I'm more aware of the way something's manufactured, could see something that I would have designed it a little different. And so, ask wherever you're buying that something, maybe even sit in the chair yourself, use the walker, walk with it, get familiar with how to adjust them, because just about all assistive devices are adjustable, and the adjustment of it is going to make a difference as well. So not only when you're purchasing devices, but be aware of what size the person you're taking care of is going to need. And if you don't know how to adjust it, make sure that wherever you're purchasing it, you ask them about adjusting it. Alex, you and I have talked about the fact that, you working for the company, you were very mindful of the patients that were going to have the equipment. So you made sure that it was adjusted properly and everything for them, which
Correct.
some people think it's going to be done automatically, but it's not always the case. So.
No, and Leon, you brought up a very good point. Is checking with the provider, right? So I remember when I worked at the medical supply, there was this one occasion where this caregiver called in to the store, and I remember the situation because at the time I didn't realize it, but now that I look back at that situation, I realize how courageous this caregiver was. This caregiver called in, did complain that the equipment was of low quality. And she did mention, okay, I did get it through Medicare and Medicaid, and but there is a standard to the equipment. And she said, this equipment is not going to do. I don't even want to try it because I can feel already that it's too light for my mother. And she said if there was any way that she could pay out of pocket or a copay or maybe an upcharge, to get something with a little, I guess, of a higher quality. And when that occurred, the company said, sure, why not? We'll do it. We'll go ahead and work with you. You can pay, an extra $10, $15 for the upcharge, and we'll give you the better quality, a walker, which I thought was very unique at the time, in the sense that this caregiver called in, complained, she got what she wanted. She didn't have to buy something new somewhere else. She just, paid out of pocket in a small amount, a copay. And the thing about this story is that after that incident, the companies actually started doing that as a practice. So anytime that we would deliver something, we will let the customer know, hey, we have this walker, this is what Medicare and Medicaid will pay for. But if you would like, we have this other walker. It may have a different design or maybe a little heavier, and you can pay $15 or $20 out of pocket, and it will deliver to you and adjust it for you. So, these are great things that you mentioned, Leon. And I hope that, perhaps hopefully this information will be useful for our caregivers. So thank you for that. Now I'm going to go ahead and move on to something a little different. Leon, this question is a little bit more geared towards you. Can you tell us what type of do-it-yourself home modifications you have done, or what have you done to reduce the financial impact of the modifications?
Okay. Well, as I mentioned, there were times that clients needed a ramp, and the aluminum ramps could be expensive. So I was able, I knew how to do carpentry, but I was able to make a ramp. I know I've had, friends that ask me, some guys that they're kind of handy around the house and everything, and they'd want to build the ramp themselves for their mom, because maybe it was only like 6 or 7 inches they wanted to do. So I told them, when it came to specifications for a ramp, that for every inch from wherever the ground is to where the step is, for every inch, you want to have a foot of ramp. So that is, if there's a step and it's 3 inches high, like let's say from the driveway up to a deck, where the people have their yard leading into their house, that should be a 3-foot ramp. The other thing is to have railings on either side of it. So there are some things that can be done. You can go online, and there's designs for very simple ramps that can be built. And then there are, again, different types of prefabricated ramps that people can buy. They don't have to get in something that's really expensive. There's ramps that fold up. Again, if it's just 3 to 4 or 5 inches, they make aluminum ramps that can be folded up and put down when needed, and then picked up and moved when not needed. So again, investigating what the person's need is. What's nice is a lot of the assisted devices outlets where you can go in and actually see the things. There's usually a professional person in there that can help a person decide what to purchase. They can talk about their budget. And again, another thing I suggest people do when they see they're going to have to care for a loved one is to get in touch with a social worker. The cities, the counties usually have social workers that'll help with older adults and the needs of patients when they come home. Many times, if someone does have a fall and they're in the hospital, there's a social worker that'll do an assessment of the home to let the family know what the needs are, and can get into giving them some advice. So there's a number of different options that people can get into, as long as they speak up and ask questions, or they listen when someone does an assessment on what the needs are, that they do the follow through and make sure they get what they need.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Leon. That's great. Great tips and advice. Thank you for that. So for Ralph, I also want to ask you the same question. Did you do any type of do-it-yourself home modifications, or have you done some in your home, to kind of reduce the financial impact, because they do add up over time,
Right. Well, I'm not as handy as I want to be. However, I do have a friend who is an electrician, and that's the reason. I mean, that's the one way that I, pretty much impact, what do you call this, lower the cost of installing lights. I had my friend, my female friend, who's actually an electrician, and which is unusual for a female to be an electrician, to be honest with you, because when my mom saw her, she did not even trust her that she actually was an electrician. But the thing is, though, she actually helped me install additional lighting, recessed lighting, because again, with my mom's eyesight, it's better to have better lighting, especially at night. So that's the DIY that I did. It's pretty much install lighting for her, with the help of my friend. One thing that I can actually recommend is, I'm sure, well, probably people are not as aware though, is that there's always 211 to call, as far as referrals for some of these programs that can help somebody to actually if they need additional equipment, or if they need people who will do some projects for them, for home modifications and such. There's always 211 as a referral source. They can always call 211, and that's within the county as well. So yeah, and that's the extent of my DIY. I'm not very handy, really. I mean, it's just that I do have somebody who was an electrician, or who's an electrician, who helped me pretty much install some of the lighting that was needed for my mom, because I was so concerned for
that
her.
helps.
Because
that really helps.
Yeah, because if you have somebody that I mean, they can. Well, my friend didn't charge me at all. It's just pretty much the what do you call this, the materials, the light, and everything else. But yeah, that's what I did, because I was so concerned that, especially at night when it gets dark, I felt like there was not enough lighting for her, especially to navigate the room for her. So yeah.
Yeah, and definitely lighting is important. You don't want to have,
Yeah.
like these blind spots, or these dark spots where someone can trip, and fall. So definitely very important. But I like your, I really like your advice because, sometimes you don't know who you might know and what they may do. So they can maybe help you out. So it's actually very good advice. And, one thing is, sometimes you have to be vocal as a caregiver. So that's really good. So yeah, thank you, Ralph, for that.
And I also put a lot of night lights. I mean, there's so many night lights. It's just pretty much it's impossible, for somebody to trip here. When she was still living with me, there were so many night lights. Every corner there was a night light. That's what it's easy to install those. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Ralph. Now, so I want to ask my last question here. So, what advice can you offer caregivers to help with getting the proper equipment and home modifications? I know you guys have covered this a little bit, but if you had to give one number one advice, what would it be?
I would say to speak
for me,
up. Or go ahead, Ralph. Yeah.
As Leon was saying, is like, ask for help. I mean, especially again for somebody like a male caregiver like myself. Usually we don't ask for help, and I've been through that. Um, Always ask for help. If you don't know of any resource that can, help, always ask for help. Again, because for men though, right away the conception or the misconception is that we're handy. I'm not really as handy. I mean, so I needed a lot of help instead in terms of actually making sure the modifications are done right. So I always consulted with somebody, and again, like I said, ask for help. So that's the
Okay. Right. Thank you, Ralph. Leon?
Yeah, that's exactly ditto. Speak up. First of all, I think everyone that's a caregiver should be commended. I think many times people feel like, well, this is my duty, or they really want to help, or they have to help because they're the only one to help, But the fact is, with the population, with the aging population increasing in this country, just about everybody is having to deal with a loved one in caregiving, or needing some help themselves. And one of the realities is that there is a lot of help out there. There are friends, there are relatives who either have skills that can help, or information, or they can help get information. When my parents and grandparents needed certain things, and I was in Los Angeles and they were in Illinois, and I was saying, well, call this number, call it. And my sister was saying, Leon, we don't have that here. And I was thinking, well, it's the city of Chicago. You mean they don't have the same? So be aware that where you live, there's certain resources in each area. So seek out the resources in your area. Some of the smallest towns in this country have some of the best resources, and some of the larger cities don't have as many resources. But the fact is, when someone speaks up, many times you can literally call your local politician and say, hey, like, what are the senior services in my area? I need help here, and sometimes there's monies that are set aside for, miscellaneous. And because someone makes a phone call and says they need some help, they can get some help, and if it's not that easy, then at least by speaking up and letting friends and neighbors know that you're looking for resources and help, a number of people can get together and say something and get some things, get the ball rolling to get more help and resources. So the key is speak up, let people know that you're a caregiver, that you're having to deal with these issues, and you'll find more often than not that there is more help out there than an individual would expect.
Yeah. Leon, thank you so much for pointing that out. yeah, sometimes we are not may not be aware of the resources available to us, and like you said, they all vary, depending on what state you're in. So definitely, maybe doing a little research and kind of looking into that, and you just never know what you may find as a resource. So thank you for pointing that out. So those are all the questions I have for us today. I really want to thank you for joining me, and on behalf of our center, we want to thank you for joining us today and for sharing your experiences, your insights, and your knowledge on equipment and home modifications, and above all, being a courageous caregiver. We hope that our audience has enjoyed this discussion and that we have provided valuable information. And thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that informative discussion, Alex. Home modifications are one of those things that can really cause a caregiver stress. Not only can they be costly, but the very idea of changing something as personal as your home and living space can be very hard to wrap your mind around. One of the things that I did for my mom was I put up these suction cup grab bars along with a no-slip thick pad in our shower stall. This way she feels safe whenever I'm helping her in her shower. When she feels safe, everything is easier for her to manage. I mean, I can't wrap her in bubble wrap, can I? So now let's look at some of the comments people posted about what they've done for home modifications to help her with her caregiving. From a viewer on Zoom, we built a ramp into our house. We removed rugs for easier movement in the wheelchair. Yep. Bath bars for stability. That's what I was just saying about mine. And making sure someone is always around during bath or shower time. Yep, I absolutely agree. For my house, I look out for any electrical cords that may be a trip hazard. That's from Yvonne. Sometimes pets can be a tripping hazard. And that's from Jenny. Yes, they absolutely can. So, well, everyone, it's time now for lunch. Some of you are probably already snacking during us, but don't worry, we're going to keep this live feed going, so you won't need to log off or close the internet window while you step away to grab some food. For the next hour, we're inviting all caregivers to share their opinions with us. We'll be running 8 live survey questions for all of our viewers to answer. The fun part about this is that the live survey results from these questions will be shown on the screen as people answer these questions. Please click on the link below in the description box or type in the link POLLEV.com/USCFCSC515 to join us in our live poll. Here are the survey questions we're asking. What kinds of events or activities do you already participate in? What types of events would you like to see more of? Which social media platform do you use the most? How do you use social media? What website content of ours, whether it's USC, FCSC, or LACRC, has been the most useful to you? And what kind of content do you want to see more of on our website? How did you hear about the USC Family Caregiver Support Center? And are you ready for in-person events to resume? Remember, click on the link in the description below or type in the link POLLEV.com/USCFCSC515 to share your thoughts. Thank you for participating in our live poll. We're looking forward to reviewing the results after lunch. Have a great lunch, everyone. We'll see you back here in 1 hour. And remember, there is no need to log off or close the window. The live feed will remain on until we return in 1 hour. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope everyone had something delicious to eat. Now, let's take a quick look at the results of our online poll questions. What kinds of events or activities do you already participate in? Looks like top 2, educational workshops and conferences. What types of events would you like to see more of? And top 2, educational workshops and respite activities. Next, which social media platform do you use the most? Facebook's the winner on this one. How do you use social media? Tied with 24% is to connect with friends and family and for events and workshops and information and referrals. What website content of ours has been the most useful to you? Resources is the absolute winner by a lot, I can see. What kind of content do you want to see more of on our website? More resources and some videos. Okay. How did you hear about the USC Family Caregiver Support Center? Looks like family and friends and through an agency referral. Mine was agency referral too. Are you ready for in-person events to resume? Tied. Not yet and less than 10 people. I feel you. I'm with you on there too. So, thank you so much for participating in our live poll. It's great to be able to hear your opinions about what you want to see from our programs in the future. Now, just like before, we're asking you to join us in the chat and please tell us what you do for respite activities. Now, let's go over a question you might be thinking. What does respite mean? Many caregivers may not have heard this word before. Respite is not a song by Aretha Franklin. Respite is basically taking a break. In our case, respite would be something that helps our family caregivers take a break from their caregiving. Respite is a huge part of self-care for family caregivers. Caregivers often give so much of their time and energy to caring for their loved ones that they end up neglecting themselves. Studies have shown that caregivers are often in worse health than the people that they care for. That is why we end up seeing so many caregivers suffering from burnout and other stress-related conditions. I know I personally can relate. Now that we know about respite, what are some of the things that we can do to take good care of ourselves and give ourselves respite? Respite can come in many forms, including mental, emotional, and physical. Our community partner, Lisa's Care Connection, has generously helped us with our next segment. Marty Colucci, the managing director of Lisa's Care Connection in South Carolina, sits down to talk with Nakia Morgan. Nakia is an integrative health and wellness coach and was a former caregiver to her in-laws. She will discuss some of the ways caregivers can give towards self-care and use integrative health and wellness to guide respite activities.
Hi, welcome Nakia. Thank you for joining me today. I'm really excited to have you here. Let me introduce you to Nakia Morgan. She is an integrative health and wellness coach, and we are excited for your insight into women's health. And I know we're going to talk a little bit about that, and I have just a few questions, and certainly wanted to get just your insight, some things you've learned. I know this is your thing, right?
I think so.
So tell me a little bit, what are some of the most common health problems that women face?
As I've learned in my work, a lot of the most common health concerns that women face, top of the line, may be stress related. Okay, sure. We have all these symptoms that we face at a certain age or time in our life, and we're led to believe that they're just normal. And it's okay, you know, mom and grandmom dealt with it, so you can look forward to it too. Hormone dysfunction, because of it, low libido, constant exhaustion.
And we just thought that was age,
yep,
right?
Yep, I'm 40 and it's all downhill, right? At least I thought that, or I was told that growing up. And so at that age, I started to say, okay, well, it's normal. You know, but then I was like, no, I don't think so. I don't want to view life that way. So that's when I decided to look into integrative health and all the things that are related to the symptoms that women
what does
deal with.
integrative health really mean?
Integrative health is the health, all areas of your life,
Okay.
not just what we eat, which is, of course, is extremely important.
Sure.
Movement of our bodies, but our spiritual practice, our relationships, the energy and time we give ourselves as an individual, and what makes us happy and truly well.
Okay. So the wholeness, right?
The whole, yes, the wholeness.
What are some ways that we know that we've got a problem?
Well, the headaches. Your body, our bodies will tell us. Headaches, constant exhaustion, oversleeping, low libido, hot flashes. When we are caregivers, which women typically naturally are by nature, we tend to nurture others before ourselves. These things happen and happen more frequently. And we kind to not put the focus on it because we're so focused on taking care of everyone else. Had been a caregiver myself, went through that. Really? Yes. So when my body was giving me all these signs, I kind of put it aside, brushed it away with age, and just didn't give it much focus until it got to be too much. I know a lot of times, as for me and my caregiving role, I was not able to leave the house frequently.
Now, who did you care for?
My father-in-law and my mother-in-law, yes.
Okay. Ooh, you're a blessing.
I like to hope so. I think so.
Yes.
I think so. It was a lesson, and it's very humbling. But it also helped me reflect on myself and say, hey, what can I do to better take care of myself? Because I'm also a mom and a wife.
So you had all of that going on at the same time.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So I say to others, not from an integrative health coach perspective, but from a person, a human that has done it, and I've been there, and I'm still there sometimes, you know, in that role, and you're always there as a mom.
Sure.
You know, it can be done, baby steps, incrementally.
And how did you know it was too much?
I was not myself. I didn't look like myself. I didn't feel like myself. I was not able to sleep restfully and wake up and feel as if I had been asleep, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Mind constantly working. So I just stepped back and said, hey, even though I'm in this role, I still have to make time for myself. And it even starts as little as a couple minutes of meditation before falling asleep at night.
Give me some ideas of some realistic things that we can do to help us when we're in that daily grind of life.
Yes. One of my first recommendations, my primary recommendations would be meditation.
Okay.
This stills the mind. It allows you to reconnect with yourself or a higher source. And most women will say, well, I don't have the time. Because I'm constantly going, I say plug in even when you lay down and go to sleep at night. Because meditation feeds our subconscious anyway. So even if you fall asleep on it, don't beat yourself up because you are tired. And once you are still for a while, you kind of tend to go to sleep more peacefully. And the meditation helps you while you're asleep. And it did for me, and it helped me stay asleep and wake up and feel more refreshed.
So when you say meditate, do you just focus on one thing in particular, or are you using an app on your phone? Or tell me what that is for you.
For me, I like guided meditations. There are several free apps if you have a smartphone. But I would say don't focus on anything. And that can also be hard because our mind is always racing on our tasks and our worries and our stresses.
I mean, when you say don't focus on anything, what I see in my head is the word anything.
Okay,
and so I just see anything. So what does that mean to not focus on anything?
Well, we tend to focus on problems or issues,
Right, absolutely.
So we're giving more energy to the problems and the issues.
Okay.
So when I say focus, no, don't focus on anything, and I can understand where most people may not understand that. Okay. Well, let's say focus on what you want. Focus on what you have and you appreciate. Focus on gratitude.
On your blessings.
Yes, on your visions.
And can't meditation even just be a few minutes?
Yes.
I mean, like a minute?
A minute,
Like set your timer on your phone for a minute.
Yes, a lot of smart devices these days have a timer.
Sure.
Where you can set, it can start at 1 minute, and you will see the benefits, and it will grow from there. I've started with 1 minute.
Okay.
Now I can meditate for an hour and a half at a time.
Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine sitting still for that long.
Because you haven't done it. But once you do it, anything is a practice, right? You get better with time.
So what are some other things you suggest as far as relieving that stress, or what are maybe some tips that we could take home with us?
My tips would be whatever works for you as an individual. For me, I like being alone. Some people do not. Maybe it's having a cup of coffee with a girlfriend or a family member or a co-worker, going to the library, reading. Time in nature is excellent, I think.
That's where you connect.
That is where I connect, but everyone is different.
Sometimes it's an old hobby or something they're good at, like a skill that they're good at, that they feel empowered when they are able to spend some time on it.
Yes.
Is that kind of what you mean by connecting to yourself?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You explained that very well. Sometimes in life we put things aside.
Sure.
Life happens, we get older, our responsibilities change, and like you said, it could be as simple as a coloring book. And it could take you back to a childhood memory or a time in your life where things were less serious and less stressful. Oh, I forgot how much I like doing this, right? It doesn't have to be a big monumental change or a heavy financial investment.
Or a big project of
yes,
some sort.
we don't have to make a big deal out of it. It's just what makes you feel the most like yourself. That's true self-care.
And how about even just looking at old pictures?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Because you could do that in a second.
Exactly. The way we can recall a negative event or memory and feel that emotion again, we can do the same with the good one.
So let's talk about food.
Yes.
And as far as healthy foods for us as women and certainly as caregivers as well.
Foods for us, especially women, we feed ourselves in another way. I like to think we have to feed ourselves at a higher level. So I like to think about it because I feel we are the portal of life, whether it's caregiving or literally bringing life into the world. So the foods we feed ourselves are very important. Eliminate processed food, I think, to the best of our ability. I like to recommend dark foods, green leaves, leafy greens, I should say, blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, anything in those berry family. They have a high antioxidant level. It raises our vibration, if you say, the way we feel about ourselves, the way we think. It helps our skin.
I was going to say, I was just about to say, is that why your skin is so beautiful?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Yes.
I try to have a smoothie daily, and I include spirulina, blueberries, mangoes, kale, lemon, and ginger. And I think it helps, keep your lymph nodes clean, keep things flowing.
So it's really about just listening to your body.
Very much.
And sometimes it's hard for us to tune in to and figure out, and I don't think a lot of us figured out till we're older.
Yes.
And I know I'm older than you, so, and I don't think I have figured out exactly what, really what makes my body tick. And so maybe for me personally, it would just be some self-reflection on what really fuels me, and not only my spirit, but also fuels my my body, and that makes me feel better. And it's a huge awareness, and that's what I feel like you're teaching us, is being aware of the different things, and then when you figure out what makes you tick, then stick to those.
Yes, and tweak it as you need to. I suggest to people, keep a food journal. After you eat or consume anything, 2-3 hours later, know how you feel. Do you feel energized? Do you feel sluggish? Do you feel sleepy? You know, people always say that 2 or 3 o'clock lull when they're at work and they want a nap. Well, what did you have for lunch?
Right.
How many times did you hit the snack machine?
Right.
You know, how much sugar was in your breakfast sandwich or donut? And then you will see what feeds you. If we pay attention, our bodies will tell us what it needs and what it likes.
And I think you really hit it on the head as far as if we pay attention.
Yes, being mindful. And that, again, does not have to be daunting. It does not have to be a certain amount of time set aside from doing something else. Just take that minute. Just take that moment to check in with yourself and your body. What does not feel right? What does not make me feel my best?
And that's not really adding anything else, like what you said, to your plate. It's not adding another something to do necessarily, which is where, you know, as a caregiver,
You don't have time.
I know.
You know.
I know. You don't need that one more thing to do.
Right.
But it's all in perspective too.
Sure.
Right? So you don't look at it as one more thing to do. You look at it as if I'm doing this for myself so that I can do the things that I really want to do. Because being a caregiver does not have to be viewed as a sentence. And you're still you, and you still have your own life to carry on.
Right. Well, and your health is vitally important.
Yes.
You know, a lot of times we think about if you're not the caregiver, then who's going to be? So you've got to take care of yourself.
Yes.
Because you're the one that, wants to be in this position most of the time, or has been put in a position of doing that total care. So,
I hope so.
well, and it's kind of like we're on a journey, right?
Yes.
And we learn as we go.
Yes.
But it's to keep moving forward.
Yes.
And keep focused on making it to a point where we are taking care of ourselves on all different levels of our lives.
Yes.
And I don't know if we'll ever get there, but I absolutely agree with you that there are things that we can do on a just minute level that will make huge impacts in our health.
And we enjoy the journey. Like you said, we feel we get to one particular level of life, we're going to be all of a sudden happy.
Right.
The sun is going to shine on and that's it. But it's the journey that we must enjoy. So nurturing that, don't beat yourself up. Enjoy the time that you're taking for yourself to continue to grow and learn yourself. We are always becoming. I always say to my kids, don't get stressed when society says you must be something at a certain age. You're becoming. Always.
I like
that. It's never just finite. Right? So we enjoy the journey of that. And the wisdom that we've gained along the way at this point in our lives.
I love it. Thank you so much.
You're very
Thank you for your
welcome.
insights.
Thank you.
I love the fact that you've been a caregiver, but you're just focused on women's health and what we can do to be the best people that we can be. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you coming in to educate our community, and hope to have you back again soon.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For more information about Lisa's Care Connection, please visit our website at lisascareconnection.org and follow us on social media.
Thank you, Nakia and Marty, for that information about how caregivers can practice self-care. I know sometimes it may be hard to focus on taking care of yourself, but it's, as they tell you on the airplane before takeoff, put on your oxygen mask before attending to the person you're traveling with. In caregiving, self-care is what recharges and renews your energy so that you can continue being an excellent caregiver to your loved one. For our next wellness segment, I'm excited to introduce one of our newest community partners, Yes to Next. Yes to Next was created by April Hatari, who is a personal trainer specializing in senior fitness, out of her home in Henderson, Nevada at the beginning of the pandemic in spring 2020. When the lockdown began, she was forced to leave her position as a personal trainer at a local gym to avoid the risk of potential COVID-19 exposure and to protect her 80-year-old mom whom she lives with. April had moved to Nevada from New York just a year before to support her mom. To provide her older clients exercise options during the lockdown, April had the idea to create a workout video tailored for them. Since her mom also needed to stay fit, she invited her to join in the fun. Her mom said yes to this next step, and the rest is history. Yes to Next currently has more than 69,000 subscribers and growing, with over 6 million views on its 80-plus videos. Yes to Next is all about fitness and joy at any age. It's never too late to start exercising and creating and doing. Say yes to your next adventures and reaching for your full potential. April and her mom, Aiko, are excited to share their passion for healthy living with their exercise videos, inspirational stories, lifestyle tips, and fun. The workouts with April's 80-year-old mom can be done at any level. For our conference today, April has generously given us permission to show you one of the videos she has on her two next YouTube channel. This workout combines a 10-minute walk and 15-minute resistance training session that will strengthen your cardiovascular system and build muscle. The exercises can be done in a chair or standing, which is perfect for seniors and beginner exercisers.
Hey there, April of Yes to Next here with my mom, Aiko.
Hi.
A complete exercise program includes both cardio work that increases your heart rate and also strength training that builds muscle. Okay, so after age 30, we lose like 3 to 5% of muscle mass per decade. And it accelerates, when you get into your 60s and 70s. Wow. So it's really important, to build muscle, okay? So today we're going to do a fun workout that's going to combine cardio work and resistance training to build muscle.
Right.
All right, so what do you need? So you definitely want to have like bottles or some weights to use. I want you to try to lift something heavy, okay? Because that's how we really build muscle. If you can't do that, that's fine. Start without it, right, and build up to using bottles or cans. Right. All right, I'll use dumbbells. Have some water handy, and please be sure to warm up before doing this workout. You can do the Yes to Next warm-up video or 3 to 5 minutes on your own. You might want to pause the video here. Meet our new kid, Mochi, right there. Do your warm-up, and all three of us will see you on the other side. The first part of this workout is going to be cardio work to get that heart rate up. All right, so you ready to do this, Mom?
I am.
All right,
yeah,
so
let's get
have
started.
a seat.
Thank you.
All right, make sure you're seated solidly in the chair, okay? And all we're gonna do is start with the easy march in place, okay?
Okay.
Okay, easy march in place. You're solid in the chair. Good posture, head up, shoulders back and down, and engage that core, okay? Very important. So, and always just breathe and march. Okay, so our first exercise is gonna be jumping jacks. I know that sounds intimidating, but I'm gonna show you how it's done, okay? So it's just basically stepping out and stepping out. Okay, so you wanna try it, Mom? Here we go. So step out, good, out, good. Let's do from 10. This is 9, this is 8, 7, 6, good, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and march it in place. Okay, very good. Okay, next exercise is gonna be heel touches, forward.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna start with the right. So it looks like this. So let's face it forward and right. So right and left. And breathe. Make sure you're breathing. Yeah, so 10.
That's important to breathe. Yeah.
Okay, this is 7. This is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh yeah, breathing is very important. You get oxygen in your lungs and through your muscles while you do this work. We're getting our heart rate up by doing this work, okay?
Well, if you're not breathing, it's a problem.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, next exercise are knee touches. We're gonna start with the right. So left hand, right knee. Okay, you wanna try it? Good. Excellent, get that rhythm. Let's do 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it in place. Very good. As you notice on that one, if you're standing, you notice the weight shift, which is really good.
Yeah,
Help
good
prevent
for balance.
Exactly. All right. Next exercise is going to be out, out, in, ins. Okay, so it looks like this. So right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, left. Good. Let's do 10. This is 9. 8. 7. Good. 6. 5. Good. 4. 3. 2. And 1. Good. March it in place. How did that first round feel, Mom?
So far, I'm still sitting here.
Yeah.
And I'm not laying here, I'm sitting here.
And I'm still standing.
That's good. That's good.
All right, we're going to do that whole round again, but starting with the left side. So that jumping jack's going to start on the left side. Okay, so 4, 3, 2, and 1. So arms up, left, and right. Good. Left and right. Let's go 10. This is 9, 8, 7, 6. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Good. Got it? I saw you had a core of my eye. You look like you're on it. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Heel touches next. Starting with the left. What's that?
Just small lapses.
Did your brain catch up or your muscles catch up with your brain?
Yeah, one of the two is out of sync here.
That's okay. Just pick it up where you can. All right, heel touches. We're going to start with the left. So left and right. Good. This is 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it in place. Good. Okay. Knee touches next, starting with the left knee and right hand. Okay? So 4, 3, 2, and 1. So left knee, right knee. Good. Let's get 10. Good. 8, 7, 6, 5. Good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Very nice. Okay. Last exercise in this little series, out, out, in, starting with the left. Okay. So 4, 3, 2, and 1. So it's left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. This is 10. This is 9. This is 8. Good. 7, 6. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Very nice.
All right.
Good work. Okay. Take a breather. Get some water. Very nice on that first round, everybody. Okay. Our next step, we're going to do some side steps. We're going to start with the right. So keep marching and breathe. Okay. Here we go. So let's step out to the right, out to the left. Good. Let's go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Good. Okay. We're going to do, next round, we're going to do 2 steps out with arms up. You ready for that?
Okay.
Okay. Looks like this. So it's step out, step out, step out, step out. Let's go right. Right and right. Left and left. Very good. Let's do it 10. This is 9. 8, 7, 6, 5. Good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Very nice. March it out. Okay, good. Those are kind of like Broadway hands.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Next move. We're going to do some side punches. I know you know what those are.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to punch to the left.
Okay.
Okay, so 4, 3, 2, and 1. Punch it left and right. Good. Left and right. Nice. I got my legs moving here, going side to side. Do that with whether you're standing or in the chair. Let's take it 8 from here. 8, 7. Good. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Yeah. Are you starting to feel toasty?
I am.
I am. It's good. That's good. That means that your heart's working.
That's right.
Blood is flowing throughout
Everything.
your body.
Your feet, your legs.
To your brain.
Your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Your arms.
That's right. Okay. Last move. We're going to get goalpost arms up like this. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Just keep marching. Now, if you're seated, or even if you're standing, you don't have to march on this one, but I'm going to keep marching. Okay? Your choice. We're going to go in and out with the arms. So here we go.
I'll
so
try
in,
walking first.
In. So go in and out. Good. 8. Good. 7. Yes. 6. 5. 4. Good. 3. 2. And 1. March it out. Ooh. How was that marching with the arms?
It's hard. It's hard.
It's a coordination move?
Yeah, it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so again, you have your choice. You can just do arms on that one, or you want extra credit, get those legs moving too. Okay? Okay. One more round of this. Okay, so we're gonna start with step out. So let's start with the left. Okay? We're gonna go step out and step out. Good. This is 10, 9, good. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Good. What's next?
Arms.
2 steps in those arms, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to go with the left.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like this. So step out, step out. So right and right, left and left. Good. Keep going. Just like we're in a Broadway show. Let's go 7 here. This is 6. This is 5. 4. Good. 3, 2, and 1. Yes, march it in place. Good work. I think you're ready for the Great White Way.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
All right, we're gonna do some side punches, but we're gonna punch to the right this time. Okay, we're going this way. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Punch that way first. Okay, side punches. You look a little confused. Okay, side punches.
I'm listening.
To the right.
I'm waiting.
March. Here we go. So punch to the right. Good. Left. Right. Good. Right. Left. Good job. Let's take an 8 from 8. 7. Good. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March in place. Almost a trick move, right?
That really was. Yes. It was slick.
All right. Last move here. So this goalpost arms, okay? Let's get them arms up. And again, don't have to move the feet if you don't want to, but I'm going to keep mine moving.
No.
Okay?
You're showing off as usual.
Gotta set a good example. All right, so here we go. So it goes in and out, in and out. 8 from here. 8. Good. This is 7. 6. 5. Nice. 4. 3. 2, and 1. Very nice. Good work. You made it. You're marching.
I know.
Awesome. Okay, so great work in this cardio segment. You can pause here, take a breather, get some water, and we'll see you on the other side to do the resistance training.
All right. Get the chair moving over there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Nice work on the cardio portion of this workout. Now we're ready to get into the resistance training part. You ready, Mom? Build
Ready.
some muscle?
Right.
Okay. All right. Pump some iron?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So have a seat.
Thank you.
Mom's
Thank
gonna
you.
do it, Sandy. Okay. And we're going to work on our legs first and then move up. All right. So if you're standing, you may want to have a chair or be near a counter just in case you need it for some of these moves for balance. Okay. So we're going to start with some calf raises. Okay. So basically raising your heels off the floor. Okay. So
All right.
feet hip distance apart. Okay. And let's just lift those heels up and down. Really feel it in the calves. Okay. This is 3. Good. This is 4. Looks like this. 5. Good. 6. 7. Good. 8. 9. And 10. Ooh. Feel that burn?
Yeah. Very good.
All right.
It's good for your
Nice.
Your legs.
All right, good. Okay, so our next move, we're going to work our glutes, okay? So if you're seated in a chair, it's just going to be a chair stand-up. If you have a cane or a walker, that's fine. Or side of the chair, just lift your butt off the chair and down, okay? That's what it's going to look like. It's going to up and down. And if you're standing, we're going to do a squat.
Okay.
Okay, so
right.
let's do this.
All right.
So you're going to go up, and we're going to squat it down. Good. Up and down. Good. And down. It looks like this. Yes. Let's do 6. Good. This is 5. Good. 4. Good. This is 3.
Got to
2.
use these to get off the toilet.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
good.
We all need that. Let's do one more. And 1.
Okay.
And rest. Good job. You feel that?
Yeah,
Your
I
legs
feel
and your
it.
glutes?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Very good. Okay. Next move, we're just going to do hip openers. Okay. So if you're seated or standing, what I want you to do is I want you to step out and turn that foot out and step it in. Okay? That's all it is. So here we go. Let's do 10. 10. This is 9. Good. This is 8. Yes. 7. 6. Good. 5. 4. 3, 2, and 1. Very nice. Now, if you're standing, you probably felt it on your standing leg too. So you got double benefit there.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right. Staying on the right side, we're going to just lift that knee. So if you're seated, that's fine. If you're standing, you might want to hold on to the chair if you want, or if you've got great balance or test your balance, we can do it without. So here we go. Just lifting that knee up and down. So up and down. Feel it?
Yep.
Okay. Let's do 7 from here. Good. This is 6.
It's good for going upstairs.
Yes. 4. Good. 3. Absolutely. 2. And 1. Very nice. Okay. Okay, so if you're seated in your chair for this next one, I want you to make sure that you really sit back more, okay? Make sure you're solidly on the chair. Okay. All we're going to do, and again, if you're standing, you might want to hold on to something here, okay? Just want you to lift out, lift your leg up and down. Okay, so it's just lifting out and down. So I'm balancing on one leg.
Wow,
good.
Show off.
3.
I'm balancing on
4.
1, too.
5. Good. 6. 7. 8. Good. 9. And 10. Very nice. You're balancing on your butt. Very good. All right, good job. Yeah. All right, we're going to do that round one more time. So I'm going to start with the calf raises. Okay? Each different spots. Here we go. Let's do 10.
All right.
So 10. Good. 9. 8. Breathe. 7. 6. Good. 5. 4. 3. Good. 2. And 1. Very nice. Take a breath. Okay. Very good. Okay. We're going to go into those chair stand-ups or squat, depending on if you're seated or standing.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. Ready?
Right.
Okay. And squat. Good. Up and down. Let's say hit 10. This is 9. 8. 7. Keep it going. 5. Good. 4. Yes. 3. Yes. 2. Okay. And 1. Very good. Very nice.
Very nice.
How are you feeling?
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Take a breath. Okay. Next one is going to be kneeless. Now, Mom, with this one, we're going to do it on the left side. You might want to try it with your weight. So I want to show folks. Take your weight, and if you wanted more resistance, just one of them is good. Yeah. You can put your weight on your leg and lift up and down. Okay? But here we go. Again, you might want stability here.
Right.
Grab on something. Ready? Let's go. 10. Good. 9. 8. A little bit more challenge?
Yeah.
7.
It's a good idea.
Good. 6. Good. 5. 4. 3. Nice. 2. And 1. Very nice. Okay, you can put your bottle back down.
Okay.
Rest that. Okay, sit back in your chair. Make sure you're solidly on the chair. Yep. Okay, all you're going to do is just lift that leg up and down, foot up and down. So here we go. Hold on, go. 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Left leg. My bad. 3. 4.
Oh, that's good to know. Your brain dislodges
5.
too.
Yes. 6. Absolutely. 8. 9. And 10. Absolutely. I got to keep it straight in my head, too.
All right.
Oh, my God.
All right. That's good.
Absolutely.
You're normal like everybody.
All right. So very, very good. Okay, so good work on that lower body. All right, so now we want to grab our weights. Okay, we're going to go into the upper body portion of this workout.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're standing, feet hip distance apart, slight bend in the knees, engage that core, head up. And if you're seated, too, I want you to have good posture, okay? Shoulders back and down. Okay, I want your palms down. We're going to do forward raises. So it's going to look like this. So up and down. Just do one, alternate.
Okay.
Do one at a time. So right, good. And left. Good. We're going to go 10 on each side. Good. This is 9. Keep it going. This is 8. Good. 7. Yep. 6. Good. Breathe. 5. Good. 4. 3. Good. 2. And 1. Very nice.
Wow.
Okay, good. Feel that in your shoulders?
Yeah, you
Okay,
can feel it.
Okay, breathe. Take a breath. Next, we're going to do some overhead presses. So, looks like this. So, palms facing forward with your with your weights, okay? And you're gonna bring it up to your shoulders, and at the top, you're gonna twist it, okay? And you're gonna twist it back to your shoulders and down. That is the move. It's called an Arnold press, your favorite, Arnie.
Arnie, yes.
I don't know if it's named after him, but it's called an Arnold press. All right, so here we go. Let's do 10. Okay, twist it. Down and down. Good. Twist it. Down, down. That's 2. Twist it. Twist it back. That's 3. That's 4. Breathe out as you push up. That's 5. Very nice. 6. Good. This is 7. Breathe. This is 8. Good. Just 2 more. 9. And 1 more. And 10. Ooh, very nice. Good work.
Yeah,
feel that?
These little bottles start to feel heavy.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so next move, we're going to do our tricep kickback. So whether you're seated or standing, I want you to, sit up straight, but then hinge at the hips slightly. So it looks like this. Like you can hinge at the hips too, but keep that head, neck, and spine in alignment. Good. Just like that. We're going to lift our elbows up, elbows up, elbows up. Yep. And we're going to kick it back. Kick it back. Kick back. Good. No, kick back. This. Just kick it back.
Oh.
Straight back. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yep. Okay. Keep it going. Keep it going. Yep. Yep. Just like that. Good. Okay, let's take it 8 from here. 8. 7. Yes. 6. 5. Good. 4. 3. 2. And 1. Nice work. Good work. Yeah. Get that nice back arm here. Very nice. Okay, next you're going ahead of yourself are the flies.
Oh.
Okay, so it's kind of a beach ball move. So same kind of position, hinging over, head, neck, spine in alignment, and open it up. Back. Yes. Okay? Let's go. So here we go. 10. 10. Good. 9. 8. Really squeeze your shoulder blades together. 6. 5. Breathe. 4. 3. Good. 2. And 1. And breathe and rest. Very nice. Don't use these back muscles. Great for posture.
Yeah,
okay?
Really.
Breathe. Take a breath. Take a sip of water.
Okay.
Good work. Okay? All right. Next one. Easy peasy. Bicep curl. Okay? Palms facing forward. You, Mom, let's go to the outside. Okay? You can go to the outside here.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. Let's go for 10. So 10. Good. 9. 8. Breathe. 7. 6. Breathe out. 5. 4. 3. Good. 2. And 1. Very nice. Okay, take a breath. We're going to do this round one more time. Okay. Starting with, you know what? Yeah, we're going to, let's do some side lateral raises this time. Okay? So lateral raises look like this. Okay? Not forward, okay?
Okay.
So here we go. Go. Up and down. Good. This is 10. 9. 8. Good. 7. Getting heavy.
It
6.
is, yeah.
5.
You're beginning to feel like gallon jugs.
4. Yes. 3. Keep it going. 2. One more. And 1. Oh yeah, your shoulders are thanking you. Very good. Okay. What's next? Overhead press.
You tell me.
Overhead press. Remember that? Arnold.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Arnold press. Okay, so it's up, twist it at top, twist it back, and down. Let's go for 10.
All right.
Okay, so up. That's 1. Breathe. Breathe out. Breathe out. This is 3. Good. This is 4. Twist it. Twist back. It's 5. Good. 6. Very good. 7. Good. 8. Just 2 more. We're done with this. 9. Oh, yeah. And 10.
Oof.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
You felt that?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, take a breath. Take a sip of water. Very nice. We're going to go into those tricep kickbacks. Remember those?
Yep.
Okay, so if you're seated or standing, I want you to hinge at the hips. Remember, head, neck, spine in alignment. Bring those elbows back and up. Elbows back and up, and just kick those arms in. Yes. It's 1, 2. Good. 3. Good. 4. I like that form. 5. Yes. 6. Yes. 7. Just 3 more. 8. Good.
Torture.
9. And 10.
Torture.
Oh, just think about the muscle you're building,
Oh,
though.
I hope so.
Oh, my gosh.
I hope so.
Absolutely. Okay. You're doing it. Okay. Okay, everyone. We're doing these flies. Okay, so same position. Hinging over, okay? Open it up. Go. Open. And, yep. And down. Good. Okay. Keep that head, neck, spine in alignment, okay? Look slightly forward. Let's do that's 3. This is 4. Oh, yeah. 5. Squeeze those shoulder blades together. 6. Yes. 7. Yeah. Good. 8. Nice. 9. Good. 1 more. And 1 more.
Oof.
Good work.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're hitting final stretch here.
Okay.
Okay. Bicep curl. Okay. Engage that core. Make these really good, okay?
All right.
You go to the outside, right?
Right.
Okay. So here we go. Just for 10 and we're done with this.
All right.
So 10. Yes. 9. Go slow. 8. Slower to better. 7. Engage that muscle. 6.
But if you go faster, it's over.
Right. 4. Oh, but feel the burn.
Oh, yeah.
3. Think about your muscles. 2. Go slow. And 1. Engage and down. Nice work.
Well, thank you.
Excellent work on this resistance training and also cardio work. All right, let's just cool it down just a bit. All right, you did a lot of great arm and leg work here. So you want to, yeah, you can say, so arms up, breathe it up, and down. Inhale, exhale. Good. 1 more. Inhale and exhale. Clap at the top. Inside out hands and lean. Ooh, yes. You worked out a lot. Very good. You showed up and you did both cardio and strength training, so good for you.
Yes.
All right, very nice. Okay, bring it down. Okay, let's stretch those arms out. So we did a lot of arm work. So arms in a T, okay? Arm across the chest, okay? Feel that nice stretch in your upper arm. Yeah. Okay, good, breathe. Okay, great. Bend that elbow, bring it above your head, and lean over to the left. And breathe. Nice. Okay, very good. Arms out in a T again. Okay, bring that left arm across the chest. Ooh, I really feel that one. Yeah. Okay, breathe. Okay, bend that elbow. Bring it above the head. And lean. Okay, very nice. Very good. Good job. Okay, stretch those legs out a little bit. You know this one. Right leg out straight. Okay, bend left leg and just reach for the toe. Good work. Feel nice stretch in that leg. Well, good work on just showing up today, everybody. This is great to work out your heart. Okay, yes. Other side.
Get your muscles going.
Get your muscles going and build strength. Okay, help you with your daily life. All right. Well, again, good job, everybody.
Thank you. Good pat on the back.
Yes, pat on the back. Everybody deserves one. It was a really great working out with you. We look forward to seeing you in a future workout. If you like this video, please give us a like, share a comment, share with your friends, and subscribe to our channel. We look forward to seeing you real soon. And in the meantime, keep moving.
See you soon.
Oh, we're back. Thank you again, April, for allowing us to show this workout video at our 21st Annual Caregiver Conference. And thank you to Aiko and Mochi. Oh my God, they're so great to watch, such great energy. If you like this video, please visit April's website shown at the bottom of the screen to find out more about Yes to Next. You can also join the more than 65,000 people who have subscribed to our YouTube channel, Yes to Next. We hope you enjoy this little sneak peek of our newest community partner, who we look forward to featuring in future events in 2022. Now that I know I'm going to try these exercises with my mom, I guess I'm going to have to get our cats in the room too. Now, if you have been to any of our conferences in the past, you'll know that no caregiver conference of ours is complete without some element of meditation. Some years we have our quiet meditation room, and other years we have a guided meditation segment. This year is no different. I'm pleased to introduce one of the newest members of our staff, Danielle Williams, who is a program assistant on our community engagement team. She will be leading us in a short guided meditative exercise. Over to you, Danielle.
Welcome to everyone who is on the call with us today. Happy Saturday. My name is Danielle Williams, and today I will be your meditation host. This meditation exercise is provided to you by the USC Family Caregivers Support Center to honor family caregivers on this special day. We want to celebrate you and all of your courageous work. Let's take a few precious moments to practice some self-care with this guided meditation. We will mute all participants' microphones just to minimize background noise and distractions during our meditation. Feel free to turn off your camera if that will make you feel more comfortable while following with us. Everyone all settled? Okay, let's begin. First, let's find a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down, with your head, neck, and spine aligned. Uncross your legs with your feet flat on the floor, and let your hands rest on your lap or by your side. Loosen your body and gently close your eyes. Picture yourself at your dream destination. You could be sitting on a warm, tranquil beach, letting the sun wash over your body and feeling the waves gently touch your feet. Or you could be at the top of a mountain, feeling the breeze brush over you and smelling the pine trees nearby. Feel all of the senses and scenery surrounding yourself. Enjoy being in the moment, exactly as you are. Imagine each of your worries and thoughts as a balloon. Now visualize yourself opening your hand that is holding this balloon and let it float slowly away in the air. Watch as the balloon climbs higher and higher with each gust of wind, carrying your worries and thoughts away from you. As the balloon fades in the distance, so do all the distractions in your mind fade slowly away. Now that your body is calm, your mind is relaxed, and your eyes are closed, let's bring awareness to your breathing. Breathe in from your abdomen, pulling air in with a deeper breath and avoiding shallow, short breaths from your chest. Breathe deeply, noticing your breath coming in and your breath going out. Follow the natural rhythm, in and out. Take a slow, deep breath from the abdomen and into the nose. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. And rest, 2, 3, 4. Again, breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Breathe out. 2, 3, 4. And rest. 2, 3, 4. Repeat this exercise through the rest of the meditation. As you breathe, follow your breath all the way in and all the way out. With each inhale, breathe in peace and positivity, and with each exhale, release tension and stress. Breathe in, filling the breath as it passes through your nose and fills your lungs. Breathe out, filling the breath as it leaves your nose and exits your lungs. Continue to remain aware and mindful of your breathing in this present moment. Breathing in, I know I am inhaling positivity. Breathing out, I know I am exhaling negativity. Now turn your attention to your body itself. Notice what's present in your body. Tightness, discomfort, any pain? Are there areas of softness, joy, appreciation? Remain open to your senses, free from self-criticism. Allow whatever sensation you notice in the body to be here with you. If a particular sensation or area of the body is speaking to you, let's go to it. Go to it with your attention and ask what it means to you. Move towards this area with openness, open to whatever it has to tell you. Be fully accepting of this sensation in this moment. Continue to remain mindful and aware of your breathing. Inhaling through the abdomen for a count of 4, holding. Exhaling for a count of 4, and then resting. As you breathe, remind yourself through these simple words of affirmation that today, I am courageous and I am strong. I will find joy in the everyday moments of my life. I believe in myself and my abilities. I will do something positive for myself today. I am doing my best and I am proud of myself. As we bring this meditation to an end, keeping your eyes closed for just a little while longer, take a moment to notice how you are feeling, how your body is feeling, how your mind is feeling, and how your spirit is feeling. If you'd like, take this time to offer gratitude for this time you have taken for yourself, to be quiet, to breathe, and to be mindful in this moment. Slowly come back into your room. Become aware of your body sitting or lying down. Slowly opening your eyes whenever you are ready. Remember that today, you are present and here. And hopefully within this time, you have been able to relax, reset, and relieve any stress, tension, and anxiety you were feeling. Thank you for joining me today for this guided meditation session. The USC Family Caregiver Support Center is here to help educate you, connect you to resources, and support you throughout your caregiving journey. Please be sure to visit us at www.fcsc.org caregivers.usc.edu, or visit our social media pages on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn more about and connect with our center. This meditation exercise is recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel if you or someone you know wants to watch it on their own. The final thought of the day is, taking care of yourself is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Let's remember that as we return to our busy lives, take good care of yourself. Caregivers, fight on.
Wow, Danielle, thank you. What a wonderful tool for family caregivers to try out. Guided meditation can be such a soothing activity to calm us down and recenter ourselves in this crazy life. Sometimes we just need to be still and be present in the moment. Even just a few minutes makes a difference, and you can do it anywhere, except while driving. Let's look at some of the comments people posted about what kinds of respite activities they enjoy. I need to work at this better and to know more. I currently do exercise, walking and calisthenics, and scripture, meditation, and prayer. That's from Oscar. Those are great. Diet, exercise, and spiritual health are essential. We have to take the time for ourselves so we can take care of our loved ones. That's from Lisa's Care Connection. I take deep breaths and walks. That's from Crystal. Learning to accept and let go of things that bother us is another way to center yourself. For sure, Jenny. I do stretching. I love yoga with Adrienne on YouTube, as well as Daily Calm for meditation. That is Terry. Fabulous. So let's go back to our little scavenger hunt game from earlier. Let's take a look at some of the entries that came in. As a reminder, here were the clues. First, I have hands but cannot clap. The answer is clock. Next, I'm shaped like a donut or bagel, but I prefer sound bites to mouth bites. The answer is a CD, a DVD, or a CD-ROM. And lastly, show us anything with the USC logo. Congratulations to our winners for the second round. As I said earlier, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. Someone from our team will reach out to you soon. It's time for our third and last scavenger hunt. Let's go over how you play again. The third set of scavenger hunt items is on the screen. You say we're pals, that we're best friends, but only until the morning ends. You say I give you fuel for the day, and when we're done, you're gone away. Next, when babe's not around, I'm the next best thing. Sure, I might not be worth kissing, but just keep me near and you'll see evenings will be just as comfy. And last, show us your favorite face mask. Find the 3 items in your home that answer these riddles and take one picture of all 3 together. Then text your picture to 323-538-2355. If you are one of the first 3 people to respond with a picture of your items, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. We will now take a short intermission break for our audience to get up, stretch, get a snack, and all the good stuff. You can just leave the internet window open while you take a break. There is no need to log off. Our next segment will begin in 15 minutes. Welcome back. To prepare for our next segment, please tell us in the chat what kinds of myths you've heard about hospice. Next up, we're going to move on to a discussion about hospice and the myths that surround it. I'm joined today by Jenny Peterson, a program specialist at the USC Family Caregiver Support Center. Jenny will be interviewing Lisa Gayden, who is the Director of Education and Community Relations for the Southern Cal region of Bristol Hospice. Lisa is a community health educator with a Master's of Social Work degree from Azusa Pacific University. She has worked in the healthcare field since 2009 and has several years of experience in community services administration. As director, Lisa is responsible for introducing hospice benefits in a gentle, welcoming, and empathetic manner throughout all the underserved communities, making the hospice program more accessible and available to communities in their own language. Lisa's work experience in end-of-life care has taught her that quality during life care significantly advances positive outcomes at the end of a person's life. That's such a profound statement, and sounds like Lisa really knows what she's talking about. Jenny, take it away.
Thank you, Judith, for that introduction. Nice to have you here with us today, Lisa. Thank you for joining us. So let's start at the beginning. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been doing at Bristol Hospice?
Well, I'm currently the Director of Education and Community Relations, and so my role is specifically working with Spanish-speaking population, teaching, educating our staff on the cultural aspect of the Spanish-speaking population when it comes to end-of-life care, and how to introduce that conversation, and also out in the community. So partnering with other organizations, such as yourself, that specifically work with the Spanish-speaking population to try and demystify, right, all those myths surrounding end-of-life care and the transitions, the transitional care part that happens when someone is gravely sick.
Yeah, there sure are a lot of myths about hospice, and we're going to talk about those later today throughout our conversation. So let's start with the big, question of the day. I guess the elephant in the room, right? The H word, as you like to call it, right? What is this H word? What is hospice?
So hospice is a program. I think a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about what that is, but it is a program, and it's a Medicare, program. And so the best way that I can describe hospice is it's a subset of wellness care. We like to describe it as that because it really does encompass taking care of the patient as a whole. So it's mind, body, soul, everything comes together. And hospice is a supportive care. I also like to say supportive care because it really does take care of the patient as well as the family. And so when we get into like how the technical term of hospice, I'd say how does one come on hospice, or how is one referred to hospice? How does someone end up on hospice, right? It's a diagnosis of 6 months or less. So let's say if the doctor were to say that the patient is the natural course of the disease, I wouldn't be surprised if the patient were to die in 6 months or less. Then that lets us know that the patient more than likely qualifies for hospice, right? I hope that I kind of explained it in the most simplest terms, but I really just want to focus on it. It's a program, and it's a really holistic care approach to the
Okay.
patient and family.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've been reading through some of the hospice materials that you've given me for your company, and I see some different terms that are used. Right. I see the term curative care in addition to hospice care. So, can you please explain to me what curative care is?
Sure. So curative care, I think the example that I could give here is, so let's say the patient has been diagnosed with a type of cancer, and they're still seeking treatment, right? And
Mhm.
so that's treatment to cure the disease, right?
Mhm.
So curative care is still, I would say, an approach where we want to try everything and anything to cure the patient. And then when it comes to um, hospice care, I would say there's also palliative care, right? So palliative care is hospice care, but there's a window. The care that's provided in hospice is palliative care. I should correct myself, but palliative care is where you're still able to seek treatment, or you are still seeking treatment in addition to other supportive care as well.
Okay. Yeah, that brought up my next question, which was, I hear palliative care a lot. I hear hospice care a lot. Sometimes I hear them used interchangeably. What is the difference between palliative care and hospice care? I know you went into it a little bit just now, but can we go a little bit more into that? Like, what is the difference
Sure.
between palliative care and hospice care?
Sure, and it's very confusing to be honest, and I think this is why there's so many misconceptions about the H word, right, about hospice, right? So
Yeah, a lot of
because
people
it's
think
a
they're one
vital,
and the same. Yeah, a lot of
exactly,
people think they're one
exactly,
and the same. Yeah. Hmm.
right, and I think it's because of these terms that no that have been assigned to the care. It's confusing, right? So palliative care, so the treatment that you get on hospice is called palliative care, right? And but there's I want to say there's like, imagine a chart, and there's preventive care, wellness care, and then palliative care and hospice care. And I would say palliative care lies in between the wellness. It overlaps wellness care and hospice care, because the when you're on palliative care, when the like patients who have chronic conditions, right? So we can, like, for example, a patient that is on dialysis, right? Kidney failure, diabetic, maybe high blood pressure, can can have be on dialysis and be treated for all these other chronic conditions, and have palliative care. So palliative care is when the patient is still able to seek, I would call it aggressive treatment, right? And taking care of that chronic illness. And where the patient would transition into hospice care is where the the doctors, the specialists have exhausted all the curative treatment um, for the patient, and and now the patient, either the patient can decide that he or she wants to just seek comfort measures. Maybe the disease itself is only allowing us to go that route, where there's nothing else that the medicine can do for the patient. And so now we're looking at now the family and the patient is looking at, um, do I want to go home? Do I want to be at the hospital? And so hospice allows the family to decide that, right? Where the patient wants to be most comfortable at, physically, I would say emotionally, spiritually. And if they want to be at home, then hospice allows the patient to come home and be with family and friends, um, as the disease takes its natural course.
Okay. So, you mentioned decisions and deciding to go in between palliative care and hospice care, right? As a patient, as a family, as a family caregiver, how do you know which one you need? What would you advise on that? Like, how would you make that decision?
Yes, this is where communication with your doctor, your primary care doctor, if there's a disease involved, with your specialist, right? This is why it's so important to have that be in communication, um, with the doctor, with the case managers, if they're assigned one, because this is when, having lived this with my father and then with uh, my uncle and a very good friend, being in communication, asking the right questions, and being, and I would say personally, being open, right, to hear what the news, whether it's good or bad news regarding your loved one, right? Because I think that's another factor when it comes to making these tough decisions that we have to make for our loved ones. What's the best care, right? Because I think we love them so much, sometimes we don't want to hear, right? We kind of block it out a
You're
little
in
bit.
denial. You're in denial
Exactly.
sometimes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I think the caregiver has to have an open mind, right, to hear good news as well as the not so good news, right, when it comes to the disease, the condition, and be in communicate. Don't be afraid to ask questions. What does this mean? I don't understand that, because I think that's what my experience has been in talking with family and caregivers, is that, well, I didn't especially when it's it's a second language, right? I didn't
Mhm.
understand what he said, right?
Mhm.
Well, they didn't tell me that. That's so common. I hear that over and over again. And I think because a lot of them think we're not allowed to ask questions. That's so not true. Ask
Mhm.
questions. Ask all the questions, even if you think they may not, they're not important, or they may seem silly. Ask questions.
Mhm. Yeah. So in addition to your doctor, which you mentioned, who else can help you kind of make this decision about hospice?
Navigate. Yeah, it's a good question. I think a lot of organizations such as yourself, so caregiver organizations, or community-based organizations that work with caregivers to help the person that has to make the decision sometimes for the patient, for the loved one. Being in contact with such as your organization. Another organization that we work with is also like for Alzheimer's, right? We have a lot of
Mhm.
Alzheimer's patients, so a lot of Alzheimer's Los Angeles, they also have caregiver care counselors, right? That can help you
Mhm.
navigate through the system, because it's so complicated and can be stressful. So I think being in contact with your organization, like yourself, to help them, just to be a sounding board, right? Ask
Mhm.
questions. Well, they told me this, but I don't understand. What should I do? There's a lot of organizations that can help caregivers
Mhm.
navigate through this difficult time.
Right, right. Okay, so we got all that down. What's the process? Like, say you just said, okay, hospice is the right decision. Then what's the process to apply or sign up for hospice? Do you need written? Do you need something written from the doctor? Like, how does that work?
Right. So there's two. I would say the two most common scenarios. So let's say the patient, the person is has the ER visit, is gravely sick, and the doctor. This is the most drastic and dramatic, I would say. is the patient goes to the ER and the doctor says, there's nothing else that we can do. And the doctor suggests or recommends hospice, right? That's one way. So we get referrals from hospitals, a lot of times case managers, doctor, hospitalists. The other way is that, is through the community. So let's say the patient, the caregiver, the family can call hospice directly, right? And say, I've heard about your program. I want to see if my loved one qualifies or not, because this is what we're finding out, or is that when the patient has an ER visit, that sudden dramatic visit to the ER, and then you're given this news of like there's nothing else that we can do. We have the patients last I want to say days, weeks, right? Where if the patient was that sick, we could have taken care of him or her much earlier, right? And offered all the supportive care, not just to the patient, but to the family as well. So if the caregiver, if the family is noticing that, that my loved one is not doing that well, and wants to see if they qualify for hospice, they can call the hospice organization directly. And then because we have doctors, we have staff that can go out and do an evaluation at the home, wherever the patient is. If he or she's at the hospital, at a facility, assisted living, skilled nursing facility, or at home, and wants to see if the patient qualifies for the program, we can definitely send out someone. So not just our organization. I mean, that's hospice in general.
So on the flip side, right? Let's say the doctor or the hospital, the medical facility has referred you to hospice. Are you under any obligation to I guess have to do hospice if that's the case? Can you
No,
choose
it's
otherwise?
absolutely. This is absolutely the patient and the family's choice, 100% their choice. And the hospitals uh, can recommend like who they use, but they should. But you don't have to go with that one. So when they do refer the patient to hospice, they should give you 3 referrals, like who they work with the most. But the patient can absolutely, and the family, can absolutely choose their own hospice. Medicare, the website, the Medicare website has a really good checklist of like, these are the questions that you should be asking, like interviewing a hospice, because there's so many, especially in LA County, that you want to make sure that you receive the best quality care for your loved one. And so there are questions that you should be asking to make sure that this hospice is the best fit, right? So there's a lot of good information out there that can help the family when it's that time, to make sure that you are getting the best quality of care for your loved one.
Okay. But when we started talking, we mentioned the myths of hospice, right? So I've got 5 myths here that I'm going to bring up to you, and we'll just have you talk about each myth as we go down the list, okay? So I've got number 1, hospice is where you go to die. What do you think about that one?
I think that's one of the most common misconceptions, is that people think it's a place that you go to, and instead, but it's a program. So, and this is what in my experience when I've been out in the community, specifically the Spanish-speaking community, there's a lot of misconceptions, because in different parts of the world, or Latin America, it means different things, right? And so, actually, the word hospice in Spanish is hospicio. So that word means different things in different parts of the country. So like in Mexico, there's actually hospicio in it was literally an orphanage. So negative, it's a negative connotation. In a different part of the world, I want to say El Salvador, it was a psychiatric hospital, right? Hospicio meant psychiatric hospital, that's what it would call it. So this is why it's so important to this is why we as Bristol we decided to choose the word hospice in English and not in Spanish when explaining it, because it does have a negative connotation, and a lot of people think it's a place, right, and not a program.
So it's almost like the concept of hospice is lost in translation, huh?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, the second myth I've got here is that hospice means giving up hope.
Yeah, and I think this is the I would say the most heartbreaking, right? For me personally, because I would say that hospice care it's not about dying. I would say more about living, right? Helping the patient and the family um, live as comfortably and as possible, right? Surrounded by those that they love. So, um, I think losing hope also when they think of hospice and they think of losing hope because they think that, oh, all care is done. We're not going to treat anymore, and that's so not true. Because if anything, I want to say they there's another layer of support or different layers of support are added to the care, right? And not just to the patient, but to the family as well, because everything the physical, the emotional, the spiritual, the psychological all comes together, when the patient is nearing the end of his or her life. And there's a team that comes in and helps take care of the patient, but also the family, help them cope with everything that's going on.
Okay, good. The third myth that I've heard is hospice is just for the elderly.
Oh yes, no. We actually one of our sites also takes care of children. There's also pediatric palliative care, pediatric hospice care. So hospice is not just for the elderly. There's children who are on hospice, and everything in between. I think the most common though is because of the age, right? And as you get older, you decline. I mean, that's natural. It's a natural part of life, the natural process. So this is why we see more elderly people on hospice, but it's for all ages.
Okay, all right. Myth number 4 is that quality care at the end of life is very expensive.
No, yes, another misconception, and so hospice is covered uh, by Medicare, Medi-Cal, and private insurance. Very rarely have I seen um, hospice not paid for. Even in I want to say imminent cases. People who are maybe don't have insurance, very rarely do I see if they are referred to hospice, um, them not covered. So there are charity cases, like our organization does take on charity cases. So because we don't believe we believe in that every life matters, and everyone should die with dignity. So hospice, I want, when it comes to costs, for the most part, is covered 100% for either Medicare, Medi-Cal, or private insurance.
Good. I think that probably puts a lot of people's mind at ease, as far as seeking that care, because you're right. There is a lot of misconception there that level of care is quite expensive. So that's good to know. Now, the last myth I've got for you is once you choose hospice care, there is no going back.
It's a lie. That's so not true. So we've had patients come on hospice, come on service, and they improve, right? So and I like, for example, you could have a patient come on, lands in the ER, right, and the doctor says, "Oh no, it's not looking good. We're referring you to hospice." So the patient goes home, and then they're receiving this, I call it TLC, this little tender loving care at home, right? From the nurse, from the CHHA, the social worker, the spiritual counselor, the doctor, and the patient improved. The patient is not going to die in 6 months. He's actually getting better. So we do discharge him. We discharge him for extended prognosis because you do have to recertify the patient to see if he or she is appropriate for hospice. So that's actually very common. We have discharged a lot of patients for extended prognosis because they have improved. And so let's say the patient, gets better, we discharge him or her, and let's say in 6 months or a year, they have another episode where they land in the ER again. The patient can come back on hospice. So there's no limit to the number of times the patient can come on hospice and come off, right? And I think that's another misconception that people think, oh, once I come on, I can't. If I use it once, I can't use it again. That's not true either. It's unlimited. There's no, I want to say, limit or expiration or anything like that, or terms. You could come on and come off again.
Yeah, that's right. Working with families and family caregivers, we hear a lot of people who they actually get better, when they go on hospice care because they're being taken care of so well that they end up getting better. So yeah, that's a really good point too. So I'm going to turn this around a little bit, because our organization, we work with families, we work with family caregivers. And so I want to ask you, how does hospice benefit the families, not the patients, but the families and family caregivers? How can hospice benefit them?
Well, I think for us, I think the easiest part, or taking care of the patient, I would say making sure him or her are comfortable and well taken care of is the easy part. Where the most challenging part, I think, is the family, right? Because the family is the one who has to say goodbye, right? And there's a lot of emotional stuff that come into play when we have to say bye to our loved one and accept the fact that he or she is no longer going to be here. So having a team that consists of a nurse, an RN, a certified home health aide, a social worker, a spiritual counselor, you have a team of caring professionals that come into the home and not only support the patient but the family. So, for example, the social worker can help the family with different resources. Let's say the patient, the caregiver, the caregiver is taking care of the patient, and let's say just needs a break, right? Because taking care of someone 24/7 is exhausting. It's a job, right? It's 24-hour care, and the person, you're human, you get tired, not just physically but mentally as well. And so some of the ways that hospice can help the caregiver, for example, is if the patient needs a break, right? Maybe different areas, we have volunteers that could come and sit with the patient more for like company, while the caregiver takes a nap, right? That's so often what we see is they're just tired, they want to take a nap, or they want to go see, maybe they have a family, I want to go spend time with my grandkids, so they go out for an outing, So that's one of the ways that we can help as well, is allowing the caregiver to take a break, and stay, I would say, healthy, right? Healthy when it comes to emotional, taking care of yourself. Because if you're not well, then how can you take care of someone else, right? So taking care of yourself,
Right.
to make sure that you're mentally, let's say, healthy to take care of your
Mhm.
loved one.
Right, right. Now, why do you think families should seek or consider hospice care?
Well, I know hospice, but personally and professionally. So professionally, I've been doing this for 10 years. And personally, I've had my father come on hospice and die on hospice. And had a very dear friend also uh,
Mhm.
come on hospice and die on hospice. And so from a personal perspective, I would say that it's it's so much more than just a program, right? It really does help and support the family. For example, I might get a little choked up here with my father, but I remember when he was first recommended or referred to hospice, it was chaos. It was
Mhm.
chaos. The first day he
Mhm.
came home, it was just chaotic. But as the team members came in, the nurse came, then the social worker came, then the bereavement counselor came, then the spiritual counselor came, and it seems like as each one of the team members came, they just seemed to calm everything down or calm
Mhm.
everyone in the family down. They just
Mhm.
it's a it's a it's a gift of like peace that can come into your home and for your
Mhm.
family when you need it most. So not just physical care, but also the emotional piece that's tied
Mhm.
into it. You know. Sorry.
Thank you for sharing that. No, no, thank you for sharing that, Lisa. I appreciate it. It's, I think, a really difficult decision for a lot of people to come to a lot of times, because as we've talked about, hospice is something that's taboo. People have a lot of
Right.
misconceptions about it, and so they get really, really nervous when the H word comes up. And they're like, "Well, what do you
Yes.
mean?" Right? And so it's really hard, I think, for families to understand that hospice can actually be helpful, to them, to the person that they're caring for, just in terms of, um, as you said, being able to give some guidance, being able to give some direction, right? Because as you mentioned, there's a lot of chaos, around that time when you find out, like, hey, you know, your loved one, um, you know, uh, should go on hospice, and there's all this, like, I think, confusion, and just
Right.
people are just overwhelmed, right? And they're like, what
Right.
do I do now? And I think once you talk to somebody from hospice, and get that all set up, I think there's sort of a relief there, right? A feeling of relief that, oh my gosh, like I have some guidance here. Like, I know, what the next step is. I have somebody to talk to about this. And these are people who can really sort of direct me and give me a plan, for what's happening. And
Right.
I think for a lot of families, like, that's the big thing, is to have a plan, right? Is to know where we're
Correct.
going,
Yes.
because
Yes.
it's that like loss of control. It's that feeling powerless, right? And not knowing where we're going, that it really kind of just, stirs everything up, and just, makes people nervous, and feel really lost, I think. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's a
They
great
feel.
example. So
And I think you nailed it. Is that having a plan and they feel alone. Like no one else
mhm,
knows what we're going through, and so when you have a team of professionals from hospice come in, we know exactly what you're going through, right? We've been there.
mhm,
We've been there. A lot of the staff have personally gone through a, a, um, a loss, right? There's a reason. I think you have to have a certain you have to have a heart for hospice to work in hospice, right? Because this is not a field for everyone, right? And so I'm really proud and honored to say that the staff that we have most definitely have the heart for hospice, because you're not just taking care of a patient, you're taking care of a family unit, right? It's not just the patient, it's a family, and they all need support, right? They all need support and guidance, like you said, because they're going through one of the most difficult times in their life, right? Where you have to say goodbye to a loved one, right? And not having that sense of control. It's like there's nothing that I can do. There's nothing that I could say to stop what is happening, because this is going to happen whether I want it to or not, right? And so I say having that team there by your side to help walk through this journey is this hospice program is like no other. So I'm I love the the working for organization that journeys with the family and the patient as they're going through this very difficult time in their life.
Yeah. We talked about how, families, when they bring, when they start working with hospice, that it helps to help them feel like they're regaining their sense of control, right? What else do hospice workers what else do they do to help families calm their nerves or perhaps their fears, about the whole idea of hospice?
Well, we do have a lot of I want to say as support groups as well. So the social worker this is why there's a social worker on the team, because when it comes to that additional layer of support, when it comes to the emotional or the psychological for the family, they can help the caregiver connect to different resources that in the community, right? That to help the family caregiver um, um, take care of the patient, right? Or help them cope with what is going on. So, for example, we also have a bereavement counselor on the team. A bereavement counselor can come in and help the family cope with the grief that they're feeling, right? That they're going through because their loved one is on hospice, and so working out, supporting them in that way, whether it's one-on-one counseling or a support group, that's also part of the care that the family can receive.
That's awesome. I think a lot of people don't know that there are services tied to hospice that really serve to help the families, who are going through this. I think a lot of times we focus upon the patient and patient care, and we sort of forget that families are they're going through a lot of emotional turmoil, and they need support too. They need to talk to someone, and so that's wonderful to hear that hospice care does also include support services like that for families. So yeah. Now, how you work a lot with families, and we just talked about a lot of the reasons why families kind of shy away from hospice, right? What would you counsel families on, when you want them to sort of focus on the quality of life and not necessarily the end result? What's your advice for families?
For this, I would say, I would ask them what are the goals for the patient, right? What is it? What would the patient want? What would your mom, if it's a son or daughter taking care of a mom or dad, um, they know them best, right? What would your mom want you to do? What would your dad want you to do? I just would remind them or or refocus them to what their conversations were when they were alive and well, right? What were their wishes, and how can we honor their wishes, right? So asking them questions of and that take them back to maybe happier times of when when their mom or dad or their loved one was doing well, and what would they want, right? And a lot of the times the answer that they come back with is, well, they don't want to suffer, right? And so what does that mean? So then does being in the hospital, is that something that he or she would want, right? Would they want to die in the hospital? Um, a lot of them say no, where I think she or she would want to come home. And so asking them questions like that and just reminding them to take them back to, those conversations that they had at one time with their loved one, always kind of, I would say, not eases the, maybe the tension or the turmoil that they may be going through, is that, like, well, what do I do, right? Uh, Asking certain questions that takes them back to remembering, what they would want, and how can we honor uh, their wishes.
Speaking of honoring their wishes, we kind of touched upon this earlier when we talked about certain cultures believing certain things, right? And I know for the Asian community, just the idea of hospice is just it's something that we don't talk about, right? And there's multiple reasons for that. I'm sure in the Latino community there's just similar things. What are some of the cultural things that you've encountered as far as resistance to even talking or considering hospice?
I say the number one is language. So communication. So this is what the most common thing, feedback that I get uh, with families, the Spanish speaking families, is that had I known about this sooner, I wish I would have known about this sooner, so that they could have taken care of my husband or my wife, or sooner, because a lot of the times is we only get a chance to take care of the patient maybe two weeks, maybe a month, right? And had they known about this program sooner, we could have at least taken care of them or given them a little bit more quality of care, or time for 6 months, right? So I think a lot of it is at the time of diagnosis or prognosis, right? When they're getting the bad news delivered, there's a break in communication. Either they didn't understand, they didn't fully grasp the severity, right, of the illness, and so that they didn't ask the questions. They didn't ask any questions of, like, well, what does this mean, or what is right. So there's some sort of break in communication there, or breakdown in communication, and I think it's the language, right? Because a lot of times they don't fully understand the gravity of the situation, so they don't ask the follow-up questions, right? So, okay, so what do we do, doc? What can we do, or what are our options, right? It's just simply asking what are our options, that opens a door, to a whole other set of maybe treatments that they didn't know. So I would say language is the primary, in my experience. What I've come across is that there's a breakdown in communication, and they don't understand at the time of diagnosis what truly that means. And so there's a lot of unanswered questions, right?
Yeah.
That the
It's
family is
like
left
that
with.
saying, like you don't know what you don't know, right? And
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah, and so you don't know what questions to ask, and definitely I can see that language can be a gigantic barrier to that as well.
Right.
So yeah.
Right. This
Yeah.
is why I always encourage, my families and in my own family, my aunts and my uncles, because they're Spanish speaking, and so, if their kids, if my cousins can't go with them, I tell them, well, you ask questions or ask for a translator. You want to make sure that you
Mhm.
understand what is being said to you. That's your right.
Mhm.
You have a right to ask for a translator. If you don't feel comfortable in what is being said to you in your own language in English, then understand it in your language. It's okay. It's okay to ask for a translator. And my aunt didn't know that she could do that. And I said, yes, you can do that.
Mhm.
So now she knows. So I think a lot of it is education, just letting them know what is available to them, right? Um, so that you could fully understand what is going on with your health, with your loved one's health, with the medical care. What are we doing? What can be done?
Mhm.
What are my options? Just simple, questions like that. I think that don't get addressed because of misunderstanding, in language.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, depending on your cultural background or even, generational perspectives of things, we sort of have this tendency to not want to question medical
Right.
professionals, because like,
Exactly.
oh, maybe it's rude to ask them questions. Like, what if they
Right.
think it's rude, right? And I think that a lot of people struggle with that, like
Yeah.
they have a lot of questions that they want to ask, but they feel like, oh, maybe I don't want the doctor to think I'm rude, or God forbid, like kick me out as one of their patients
Right.
because I'm asking questions, right?
Right.
So I definitely think that's like a big thing, particularly depending on your cultural background, and how you grew up, right? It's just
Right.
some of us grew up like, oh no, you don't question the doctor, like you don't
Right.
question the medical
Exactly.
professionals. They just tell you and then you take it, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I definitely think that that also kind of feeds into that. So well, thank you so much for your time today, Lisa. I think that's about all we have for today, and I really appreciate you joining us and even sharing, your personal experience with hospice. And I hope that our conversation today has really helped some of our viewers out there to understand hospice care more thoroughly, and that we've sort of helped to debunk some of the myths that we hear
Right.
all the time in the caregiving community. So, do you have any last thoughts that you want to share with our viewers?
No, I just want to say thank you for having me. It was a pleasure, and I love to do these kind of things because I just, education is so powerful, right? And so I would just say ask questions, don't be embarrassed. I know that I'm Latina, I'm Mexican, and so we were brought up a certain way, and like you said, you're not allowed to ask questions, maybe, to authoritative,
Yeah,
figures, and
right.
that's common. It's so common. And
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
I want to say natural in our culture, right? But it's okay. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to say, I don't understand. Can you explain that to me again? And it's okay to ask for a translator. Don't be embarrassed, especially when it comes to your health, when it comes to medical care and treatments. Ask questions. There is no silly question to ask, because you're especially you this audience is caregivers. You are caring for someone that you love, and it's okay to ask questions because you want to make sure that your loved one gets the best care.
Right, right. It kind of goes along with the theme of our conference. You know, we have to show courage in our caregiving. We have to, and
Right.
a lot of it is just in the little things, right? Having the courage
Exactly.
to ask questions. You know, when
Yes.
perhaps it makes you feel uncomfortable, right? So you
Exactly.
feel uncomfortable about it, but you just do it anyway, right? Because you have to. You're a
Yes.
caregiver, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
Exactly.
All right. Great. Thank you, Lisa. Back to you,
Thank you so
Judith.
much, Jenny. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you, Jenny and Lisa, for that informative conversation about hospice. I think it's one of the most misunderstood aspects of caregiving, right up there with understanding Medi-Cal and Medicare benefits. There are so many myths surrounding hospice that we all end up tiptoeing around the topic. Thanks for taking the time today to clear the air and talk openly about something that we've probably all had questions about, but weren't quite sure where we could get the right answers. Let's look at some of the comments people posted about what they've heard about hospice. Death is imminent within a few days or weeks. That's a hospice myth. Hospice is the best decision you can make for your loved one and the family. They are a true blessing. That is for sure, Terry. Let's go back quickly to the third and last round of our scavenger hunt. Let's take a look at some of the entries that came in. As a reminder, we're here with the clues. You say we're pals, that we're best friends, but only until the morning ends. You say I give you fuel for the day, and when we're done, you're gone away. Answer, coffee. When babe's not around, I'm the next best thing. Sure, I might not be worth kissing, but just keep me near and you'll see. Evenings will be just as comfy. The answer's pillow. And now show us your favorite face mask. Congratulations to our winners for the third round. As I said earlier, we will send you a little prize in the mail after the conference as a special thank you for participating in our game. Someone from our team will reach out to you soon. Now, as you may have noticed, we are quickly drawing to the end of our conference. We have had such a fun day today learning all about different kinds of ways people can show courage in their everyday caregiving decisions and lifestyles. Dr. Benton, would you like to say a few last words to our audience?
Wow, this has been wonderful. And I want to again thank you, Judith. I want to share with our audience some statistics on caregiving. You know, according to a 2020 report that was released by the National Alliance on Caregiving and AARP, there are currently an estimated 53 million Americans providing unpaid care to a loved one. Family caregivers now make up 1 in 5 Americans. And those of us in the caregiving profession keep hearing about, the baby boom generation aging and how will that impact the long-term care system in America. Well, in the next 20 years, there's going to be more people that will be over the age of 80 that will require some level of care. And as families, that is going to be us. And our families are getting smaller, which means that as caregivers, we need more support. And that's why it's so important to understand the changing demographics in America around family care. We've always said that family caregivers are the backbone of the American long-term care system. And without caregivers and all they do, our society and communities could not support the really astronomical economic cost of paying for health care. That's not to say there isn't a price tag. When, as families, we're caring for each other, around 23% of caregivers say that caregiving has made their health worse. And believe it or not, family caregivers are often in worse health than the person they're caring for. And that's why our program is specifically for you, the family caregiver, and not the person that you're caring for. because sometimes we need that support and that hug so that you continue doing what you want to do and in your care for your relative or friend. So there's so many different faces of caregivers, as we saw in the touching videos that were put together by the Administration for Community Living and that we showed earlier today. Caregivers need support and guidance, and our staff is honored to serve the caregiving community. Now, over the last 3 years, we've been on a journey to explore the concept of caregiving and reveal its hidden secrets. We started with identifying the caregiver in you in our first year, and last year we really focused on celebrating the caregiver in you. And this year, well, we really dove into revealing the courageous caregiver in you. Now, I know you will all agree with me when I say that today's program really presented a unique perspective on caregiving, that each day a caregiver forges on is another day in which they have shown courage. Courage in caregiving lies in the big and the little things, and it could be anything that causes you discomfort, but you do it anyway. You do it anyway because you are a family caregiver. If that's not courageous, I don't know what is. I want to thank Lisa Gibbons for taking the time out of her busy schedule to sit down with me and having a candid conversation about how family caregivers can maintain their mental health. And Lisa made some really great points about recognizing that family caregivers have rights to take care of themselves and that reaching out for help is not something to be ashamed of. In fact, it's an act of courage. Lisa, you were a great advocate for caregivers, and I'm glad you're on our side. I also want to thank my staff, particularly the community engagement team, Darcy Kawasaki Hayes, Jenny Peterson, Alex Gonzalez, and our newest member, Danielle Williams, for coordinating and putting together such a great event for our caregivers with our digital partner, Finest City Entertainment. And last but not least, thank you to Judith Foster Thompson. You've been an exceptional host for our program today. Thank you for taking a break from caregiving to share your on-screen talents with us.
Thank you, Dr. Benton. We started today with a slideshow of our staff, and we wanted to end with a slideshow of our caregivers. Last week, we sent out invitations to everyone on our email list to gather photos of our family caregivers and their loved ones. Many of you sent in such lovely photos, and we are pleased to share them with all of our viewers today. Maybe you'll see me. I'll give you a hint. I'm wearing a big hat. Once again, thank you to everyone who contributed pictures to the slideshow. There are so many faces of caregiving, and we're proud to showcase all of you here today. This slideshow speaks to the love, the courage, and pride our family caregivers have for what they do day in and day out. For any pictures we received after the deadline, you can visit our website and view the slideshow there online. We will be adding those late pictures into the original caregiver slideshow along with our staff slideshow for your viewing. No one ever says caregiving is easy. There is no handbook to tell us what to do and how to do it. We are all just figuring out ways to adapt and work with what we have. That is why reaching out to others, asking for help, and embracing the services that community organizations can offer you is so important and necessary. Family caregivers need support, and our center is here for you. We are so grateful today that you've joined us. We hope that you've learned more about how to nurture your mental health and use respite activities to recharge yourself. We also discussed how to tackle cultural challenges and increase your home safety. Lastly, we talked about hospice, which is something that is very scary for a lot of people to have a conversation about. Not everything works for everyone, but it's important to try a variety of things to be able to find what works for you. And of course, we hope you had a little fun with us today. The USC Family Caregiver Support Center is here to help you educate you, connect you to resources, and support you throughout your caregiving journey. Please be sure to visit us at fcsc.usc.edu or visit our social media pages on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn more and connect with our center. This conference is recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel if you or someone you know wants to watch it on their own. Before we sign off, I want to share with you a little bit more about myself. When I'm not here as a host on YouTube livestream, I'm an actor, writer, and comedian, believe it or not, living in Los Angeles with my mother, 2 adult daughters, 4 dogs, and 3 cats, and a partridge in a pear tree. I enjoy cooking and gardening and swimming, and I do practice meditation daily. You can learn more about me and my projects at judithfosterthompson.com. Thank you so much for joining us today. Take good care of yourself. And until next time, just remember that caregivers, fight on. Have a great evening. Thank you.